was kind of told to do this.
Well, whatever. You don't really have a choice anyway. You just gotta do it.
Hello, this is Insomniac Game Theater, and I hope you guys are having a good day.
I'm sorry to say, but your time is up. All done, all finished.
Live from the Insomniac Game Theater in Chicago, it's the very, very late night show starring Finamenon. Featuring Blue Bears, Beans, and games and prizes. Tonight's guests are Master Tonberry, Becky, and introducing Karen. With the very, very late night show band, I'm your announcer, Thorngar. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Finamenon!
Yes, me. Hello. How's my mic? Good? Oh boy. Starting to narrow down what it is. Who's belching? I didn't belch. What was that all about? Thor is belching at me. Hi. Hi, I'm like, what's up, Thor? Magnumer. Laura Lana. Good to see you. Kestrel. Ooh, look at that. Look at another sub. Look at that. Thank you. Kestrel, thank you for 6 months.
Question is, what is a phenomena? The question is,
Who cares?
Fin Jam.
Hi, Nerd Durian with a bit. A bit.
Number 6.
Okay, there. I was like, wait a minute, my camera doesn't look exactly like it's in the right spot. This shit's blocking shit from me. I'm like doing this to look at my alerts. Yo, Magnumer, thank you for 31 bits. Appreciate it. Let me say hello to some more folks. Yeah, that one went through. Alright, cool. That one went through. I don't think anyone did that yesterday, Rackadactylus, by the way. I think we went the whole stream without it. If you can believe that. Let me look it through the list here. Yep. No one summoned Becky yesterday. Not a one. Who else we got here? Who else we got here? Bloody Cthulhu, what's up? Night Dreamer, Gutsy, TC Matthews, how are you? Shulk, Pink Sammy. Hi, Moncappy. It is Monday, yes. We do not play DQ on Monday, so yeah. Welcome. Wait, try to fix this. Just be there. Okay, whatever. You know. Who else we got out there? We got some lurkers, of course. Hello. You guys are very warm welcome. Thank you. Dorcas City, I saw you there. Arc letters. We have some things to talk about. Some good, some really bad. Oi! Hopefully the good's gonna outweigh the bad here. We'll start with the good, because the bad is going to be a discussion. Oh, I'm sorry in advance. I have no control over it, and hopefully it blows over, but we'll get to that. First, let's talk about some cool shit, shall we? Let's talk about some cool shit. Hi, Racco, by the way. Cool shit. First, there it is. Less than 2 weeks from now, we're starting our Zelda Marathon. Day 0 will be on the 27th. It will basically be a Zelda-themed stream where I just play, like, GBA or GBC Zelda games, and we review video from the previous marathon of Zelda 2 years ago. You know, we generally are just going to have a good time. But it's designed to let people try to hit those first incentives for the first game that's to be played the day after, which is Zelda 1. If you guys haven't seen our sheet, let me go ahead and link it again. I need to make a command for it. I'm going to leave myself a note. Zelda Marathon Commands. Oh. Woo! There's a belch. My roommate made some awesome food today. A lot of garlic, so burpy. I'm burpy. I'm a little burp. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's what it was. I had my camera up down too low. Good. Okay. Okay. How are you guys today anyway? Anyway, there's the sheet. Please check it out. Every incentive is $250. $250. So that starts the 27th. So every $250 that's met, it goes, they're successive. So the first $250 is no heart pickups and Zelda 1. The next $250 is double damage. If we tend to hit those during the gameplay, so like if we don't hit those the day before, which very likely or possible, I don't know. I try not to assume what people are going to do during these marathons because they continually blow me away. So I'm like, am I doing the right amounts here? I don't know. But if they get hit mid stream of that game, I have the modified versions of those games ready, and they should not require me to restart the game at all. As long as it uses the same save file, shouldn't be any difference. You converted subbed and subbed with Prime. How did you do that? That is weird. I didn't know you could do that, Matthews. Same as when your Prime sub size expires, you'll get charged for the sub. It's independent of the charge date. Huh. Yeah, the charge is when you actually start your active paid sub. I forgot to put this on, which is weird. Yeah. It's a glorious place with strangeness. I don't know. I'm excited for the marathon. I've been wanting to play more Zelda games, and they definitely fit our mold here, don't they? They're almost all retro. They're very fantasy related, somewhat RPG related, not really, but somewhat. But I've always been big on Zelda, and it kind of just fits our shtick around here. So ears, yeah, I know. I keep them hidden because they scare people off. Like, look at Pink Sammy there. He's running away because he saw ears. That's why I keep them hidden. You know, you got to protect the community. You got to protect the community. You got to protect the community from those ears. All right, Durian, we'll see you soon, man. Thanks. So, yeah. It's going to start out with day 0. It's going to be some shenanigans. We'll play Zelda that isn't on the list just for fun. You know, maybe like a rando or something. I don't know. You know, we'll play it by ear. Got to do a day 0. So the start of that is the 27th. So, I know people have asked. You can't bid for incentives until that day. So, if you're waiting for that, I understand. And we will do the same as always, 1-to-1 ratio. So, it doesn't reflect what I get. It reflects what you put into it. So, like, subs are $5. Bits are 1-to-1. Donations, 1-to-1. So, $5 donation. 200 bits is $2, right? That's basically how it's going to work. I'm a little flustered at this news, but so if I seem a little off, I'm sorry. In addition, another video went live on the YouTube. You guys wanna watch it with me? Do you guys wanna watch it with me? What do you think? It's a quick one. It's like a minute and a half. Do you guys want to watch the next YouTube video with me? It's like a minute and a half. It's one of those highlights. It's one of those highlights. Oh, this song. It's a jam. No? Okay. Well, here's the link if you want to watch it. All right. So, that's live. That's a highlight. That's a highlight. of things Drunken Wolf did on session 2. I'm starting to narrow down the issue with my audio over here. I hope it's fixable, but it happened again today, and I just changed one thing and it went away. It just went away. So, yeah, that's distracting me. You have that mug? Yeah. This is the old logo. And, like, sort of the old branding. Like, we still have it, but I don't really use this logo anymore because I used it for like 2 years. It was time to move on, you know? It's a good mug, Darian. Yeah. You have one like that too? Nice. We do have the new logo up there now. But the most popular thing on our merch page has been the sprites for the Bronze Brigands. That's been the most popular thing. The first one was fun. Thanks, Ark. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad they're being made. So far, so good, you know? Like, Gruce Studios has been helping me with that. He's basically been doing them. Like, I've been reviewing them, giving him feedback, like, hey, this is what we're looking for. This works, this doesn't. I've actually instructed him to censor out the profanity, but use like a coin sound from Mario. So we're seeing how people react to that. I don't really have a problem with the profanity so much. I just think it's funny to like comically bleep out profanity in videos because I'm weird like that. Like, I don't even care. But when I watch a video and it has a funny sound for censoring profanity, I think it's amusing. You like the retro mug? Oh, the old retro logo? Yeah, that's a good one too. We used that one for a while. Yo, Sammy. Thank you, man. That's awesome. I just got a text again. Between 8:05 and 8:15 p.m. You want the swears? Watch the full episode, yeah. Dark City, like, God fucking damn it, as the censored sound. Subversive. That's pretty good. Ooh, excuse me. I was just queuing up the next song. Quote 69. He just butt slammed my nuts. The hell was I playing? Okay, so your favorite isn't the retro logo mug. It's the discontinued Sprite mug without Wilson. Oh, that's mean. Wow, what do you got against Wilson? I think he's a great character. Feels bad. We got all our logos there on the merch page. Anyway, okay. Wednesday, 3 p.m. my time. Whatever time that is for you. It's currently 7:30 my time. So Wednesday, 3 p.m. my time is like a Sony is showcasing the PS5, okay? They're showcasing the PS5. And there's like a bunch of rumors going around because one of the Square Enix execs got like super excited about it and started posting on Twitter and then quickly deleted his tweets. So everyone's like, oh, they're speculating. Is it going to be like news of Final Fantasy 16 or the second remake or what, you know, what's it going to be? So we need to keep our eyes on that. Wednesday, 3 p.m. Central is when that showcase starts. I need to make sure I'm awake for that. You got the mug before he's added. You have the you have a limited edition now, don't you? Secret of Evermore 2, I'd get it. I'd get it, Sammy. What if they remade Secret of Evermore just like they did Trials of Mana? I'd get it. I'd get it. That's right when you get off work, Night Dreamer. Your Hives arc. I just want to, yeah, I mean, I'm excited just to see what's going to be on the PS5, you know? That alone is like, okay, this is going to be cool. But if Square Enix, one of their execs, is getting hyped about it, okay. Now you really got my attention there. It'll be Inside Sally at that time. Oh. Chrono Trigger 3. You need a Chrono Trigger 2 before you can do a 3, though. So, yeah. I don't think that's ever going to happen, because I think all the people responsible for that don't work there anymore. Like, the guy that wrote those games, I don't think he's there anymore. Chrono Cross isn't Chrono Trigger 2, though. It's not. It's like a side game. It's like a spin-off. So you'd still need a Chrono Trigger 2 before you can have a 3. We get Darkest City. There's a lot of letters there. You're confusing me. What's going on there? You got a lot of X's in there, and I'm very confused. Secret of Evermore Bazooka in 3D. Virtual Pachinko Machine. Oh, we're getting some real speculation here. What is Project Athia, Shulking? I've never heard of that. What is that? Xbox X with Final Fantasy X and X-2? I mean, that'd just be a port, so, whatever. I don't care. They wouldn't be excited and hyped about that. That's just more ways to make money off of something they already made. The new Xbox is basically a PC anyway, so it should be no effort for them to port it. Go all in on the timey-wimey bullshit and release Chrono Trigger 3 with no Chrono Trigger 2. Oh my god. They would do that, wouldn't they? It was teased by Square Enix during earlier PS5 game reveals. Okay. Okay. Athia could be 16. What if it's like the name of the world? You know, like Tactics is Evilise, and so is 12. And like 7, I guess, is... I don't really name the setting in 7, did they? A lot of those games don't have names for their settings, do they? I think it's kind of a relatively new thing for Final Fantasy games. What about 14's like Erzia, right? 12 is Evilise. 13 is, what is it called? Cocoon or something like that? 13 is called Cocoon. 7's planet is called Gaia. Yeah, that's right. That's right, it was called Gaia. Pretty generic, if you think about it. I mean, that's literally just a word for, like, ground or earth, right? Xenogears Remastered. Yeah, I like that. I hope it goes well, Lorelana. I hope it goes well. You will always have this place, unless you turn into a horrible person. But that's not going to happen, is it? It is not in your nature. That's the only way people would never have this place, is if they sabotage it for themselves. Final Fantasy Faerun? I wouldn't like that. I mean, you can have Final Fantasy D&D, but having Final Fantasy in Faerun? That's weird. That's nah. That doesn't work for me at all. Doesn't work for me at all. 11 is Vanadil. Yes, that's correct. 11 is Vanadil. Did you see the guy doing Star Trek D&D? Star Trek D&D has been around for decades, so no, I did not see the guy doing Star Trek D&D. D&D versions of Star Trek have been around for decades, so it's... I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. That's not anything new, I can tell you that. Star Wars D&D has been around for decades. What other popular media have D&D analogs? Star Wars was really actually relatively popular for D&D. And, you know, the thing is, people hear that and they're like, I don't understand. There's no Dungeons and Dragons in Star Wars, right? But at D&D, when you say that, it's the rules you use to play the game. That's all it is. That's all it is. D&D versions of DBZ. Yeah, I've heard of that too. Yeah. Maybe they'll announce Final Fantasy 7 are... Well, bad. So many fucking acronyms. My head hurts. I think they're just going to talk about the second episode for the remake. That's what I think they're going to talk about. I don't think they're going to talk about 16. We talked about this last night. I hope I'm wrong, though, is the thing. I hope I'm wrong. I want to be wrong about it. I want them to talk about both, but I don't think they're going to showcase anything but the second episode for the remake. You think they're not going to announce anything? They're just going to ask us how we're doing and if we're okay. I'd be all right with that. You know? A little one-on-one with Square Enix. I'd be cool with that. Hoping for a small acknowledgement that it's a thing. What, 16? Yeah, I mean, I could do with that. Because we haven't really heard anything about it other than, yes, it's in development for years. So, who knows? I would like that. Yeah, honestly. Like, Square Enix is like, how you doing? You need to talk to someone? You know, here you go. I'm like, all right, thanks. How nice of you. That's really good. Oh, man. Man, these according to rumors, 16 was going to be shown, but Sony wanted next gen, so they showed Athia. 16 isn't next gen? There's no way 16 is PS4 and like current gen, right? There's no fucking way. The new consoles come out in a couple months. We're already at next gen. It would be absolute like suicide for them to develop it for current gen only. Unless I'm misunderstanding. I might be. If so, I apologize. They really surprised us for PS5? I think it was 500. If I'm not mistaken. Not 100%. It was either that or 400 and 450 for the version with the disc drive. I think it was that, but I don't know for sure. All I know is I could do 450 for the disc drive, maybe, depending on what my budget looks like when it comes out. But I do need one. I know I want a PS5 and not an Xbox. I can tell you that right now. I already got a gaming PC. I don't need another one, and it's a tiny box. Wednesday for final confirmation. Yeah, there you go, Suntop. We should probably just look on Wednesday and see for sure, right? 16 is Unreal 4, and the other is their own game engine. I'm not sure I understand. You'd be happy the showcase was 30 seconds and now it's priced, and pre-order and release are. I hope we get that, yeah. You're gonna skip out for a long time. The thing is, I need to see what the game lineup is gonna be. I already know there was a couple games coming out for it that I want. I don't remember their names, but I remember like in earlier videos, there was a couple that I wanted. Like the Demon Souls remake was one of them. Though I'm pretty sure my time is streaming Dark Souls related stuff is basically done. But I still want that game for me. Like for me, I want to play that game. You're gonna wait on top for a year or until there's at least 3 games to play? Yeah, I think that's smart. You know, wait until you know for sure there's games you want to play. I think that's a good idea. That's what I usually do. Demon Souls remake was all you needed to know, Night Dreamer. Give the libraries time to build up. Yeah. We'll see. For me. I'm not going to be that guy that wants it the day of unless there's like, yo, launch title, Final Fantasy 16 or something, which is impossible, but if, you know, like something like that comes out on launch, like something that I have to have right now, that would probably get me to push some money around to try and get it. You'll wait till it's relatively cheap unless there's a game you really want to play, right? You're eating ribs and at work. So your hands are lucky. So just imagine you're saying snarky things and bad puns. Lucky hands, okay. Got it.
Lucky!
Oh, man. Oh, man. Just imagine. Mucky. No, they're lucky now. Sorry. You better hit up those casinos before that luck runs out. It'll be, yeah. Gotta go to the casino now, Reg. Sorry. Your hands are lucky. Go pull some slot machine levers for a little bit. Chat didn't try ban Reg all the time. We could be having ribs too. I'm letting my roommate know to listen for the door. I'm glad this is working so far. Knock on wood, fingers crossed. They would be pretty amazed, Matthews, if 16 was a launch title, yeah. I don't think it will be, because I think they'd be stepping on their own toes with the remake of 7. Share with Barry? Alright, I'll see how much is in there. I don't know what you've got, so... whatever, I'll share it with her, regardless. If it's just like a small amount, I'll still do it. Okay. Thank you. Kebabs, okay. I'll get... I think it's like 2 or 3 kebabs. What is going on with Discord? None of my messages are going through. Is it just me having issues with Discord right now? I can't seem to send DMs. Discord, what are you doing? It's been broke for a few hours? Okay. No wonder it's been so quiet today. Like, I woke up. Like, where is everybody? I'll just text her. Okay. Here. Copy, paste. Kabam. There we go. All right. There we go. You're having issues as well? I just went to text message. Like, just forget it, you know. But the thing about the PS5, there's the link. It's just one of many links I've seen about it. So if you want to check that article yourself, that's where I got the source, the information. So I got the information. Dude, Thor, what are you doing to me right now, man? Come on. That's just rude. Dude sending me DMs of Pop-Tarts. I have this compulsion. When I get a DM, I have to look at it. So when I'm streaming, if it gets bad enough, I just shut Discord down. And then nobody can see that I'm live. It's a compulsion. I have to look at it. You were testing? Yeah, sure you were. Uh-huh. 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 Let me just cover that side of the Discord up so I can't tell. Yo, Nero, what's up, man? Oh, I still have to look at my notes. Okay. If we finish... I need to ask you guys this. And gals. And non-binary pals. If we somehow tonight destroy EF in like a couple hours, do we move on to Beyond the Beyond knowing that in like 2 streams it'll go on hold? Or do we use, like, call it early and then use that next weekend for other content. Because, like, I'm thinking, like, what if I beat EF in, like, 2 hours? That's being generous, right? I have no idea how much is left. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get through that dungeon. I don't really know. I don't even know if it's the end. But I'm trying to think, what do we do? Do we just start Beyond the Beyond and then just put it on hold? I don't mind doing that, but that game will be on hold for a little while. Backlog, unclog? Nah. The indie stuff just has not worked here. Like, I like indie games, but it just has not worked here at all. It's just not what people come here for. And that's fine. You know? Like, I really like indie games. But the whole thing of just play what's fun for you doesn't work unless this is just a hobby. Like, that's kind of some hard advice for all of you streamers out there. But if you're trying to make a career out of this, you can't just play what's just fun. It just doesn't work. It's a failing strategy. And I'm okay with that. I have no problems with that. Because everything I do play on stream, I really enjoy. I've just narrowed it down. Don't start Beyond the Beyond if it needs to be on hold, because you'll forget stuff. I would, yeah, that's for sure. And it's an RPG, so it wouldn't be a quick game. They're watching me play EF. Yeah, but it's not an indie game. It's a retro RPG. It's exactly the focus that I have built this channel around. 24/7 Animal Crossing? Oh, God, that would put me to sleep immediately. That would just knock me the hell out. I can't think of anything more boring. I like that game, but damn. Order is on the way. Woo! Get the world record since no one runs this game. Very nice. Very nice. Like, I don't... As far as indie games go, I only put them on there if they fit a very specific niche. But otherwise, it's not a focus here at all. Like, Valhalla was definitely an indie game, but it had an extreme retro vibes to it. Like, it was specifically built around that. And that's probably part of why it worked so well for me. But also just the fact that it was like sitting at a bar with everybody every night. You know, it was just kind of a perfect storm. Like, Crosscode is an indie game that's on our next list. That game is super retro vibes. That's gonna be good. That's gonna be really good. It still fits, and it's an RPG too. It's an RPG. There are some outliers on that next list, one of which I'm deciding if I just need to remove at this point because it doesn't fit at all. I'll be ranting for hours during the review. Nice. Mary, beat EF that summoned Becky to delete everyone who likes the forbidden pastry. No, the game I'm looking at potentially removing is Red Dead Redemption. It doesn't fit at all anymore. Like, as far as that goes, it just does not. But I don't know yet, because it's got a lot of votes. So I haven't really decided. It's something I think I would have to ask the community multiple times before I ever come to a decision. Because it doesn't fit what we do here. Challenge chat to Panel de Pan. What is that? I've never heard of that, whatever that is. Start the timer. Tetris attack. Oh. Yikes. Rose Garden's vote of choice. I don't remember who's voted for it because it hasn't got votes in months. I don't know. Like I said, it just doesn't fit the vibe we do anymore, so it doesn't get votes. Yeah, Tetris Attack. I do not like games like that at all. Yuck. There we go. Those games are big yuck for me. Do do do. Is there an EF randomizer? No. No. There's not an EF anything. This game's so unpopular, there's barely any guides for it. Trust me, I've looked. I haven't looked at the guides, but I wanted to see if there were any, and I found like one. And it was on some like college website. I'm not even kidding. Nobody wants to make content for this game because it's terrible. Oh, man. BTTV emote fail. I don't think I have that emote. Work stuff. I don't know what that is. Hello, it's Earl. Work stuff. Queena. Good to see you. GameFAQs doesn't have any? I don't know. I didn't look. I just Googled it. And the top result was some college website. Dancing Chicken with a Tie is definitely not an emote I ever added. BTTV emotes pretty much have to be added to your channel individually. There's some global ones, and there's only one, I think, that's animated. Rag's gonna make a guide for this game. It'll be 1 page long, and it says don't. Nice. So, okay, I saved the worst news for last. Boy, is this a big, stupid dum-dum on Twitch's part. And my God, if they go forth with this, it's going to severely damage the platform. Severely damage the platform. But here is the quote. Starting today, we'll be testing automated mid-roll ads for some viewers. These ads will directly support the creator, blah, and they won't run if the viewers had an ad break in that channel recently. Your feedback is welcomed. Every single reply is no, don't do this. This is the dumbest idea I've ever heard of, including myself. We have no control over when they run. They would just randomly play in the middle of the stream. And boy, are they getting slammed on social media by everybody for this. Everybody. It is one of the worst ideas I think I've ever seen them come up with. Okay, these things are immune to physical. I've just learned that's how that works. You have to use magic damage to hurt them. Forced mid-roll ads is something they're testing, yeah. Oh boy! Even subscribers? No. No, I never said that. If you have turbo or you're subbed, you won't get ads. You don't get ads if you have turbo or you're subbed. So currently the way the system works is you get a pre-roll ad when you go to a new channel or a channel that you're not subbed to or you don't have Twitch Turbo, right? If the streamer runs their own ads up to 3 minutes an hour. You have to run 3 minutes. This is the current system. 3 minutes of ads an hour. You turn off pre-rolls for like... Oh no, I think it's a minute and a half an hour. You turn off pre-rolls. So you have to run a minute and a half of ads every hour to turn off pre-roll ads. That same system would apply to the mid-rolls. So in order to disable those, I'd have to run ads for a minute and a half every single hour, which is the same fucking problem as a mid-roll anyway, except I'd control when they happen. It's really stupid. It's really, really stupid. And they're like, we're testing this on some channels. So the reason I'm saying this is they're not telling whose channels they're being tested on. So if it happens here, it's not me. I have no control over that horse shit. And I never want it. I don't want that ever. Hey, what's up, Zan? How are you? Mid-roll would be far worse than a pre-roll. It's not even in the same boat, Kestrel. There's no fucking comparison. What if we're in the middle of a pivotal moment during the stream, and you're all been watching, and you're not subbed and you don't have Twitch Turbo, and you just get a fucking ad out of nowhere? If it's a pre-roll, you just got there. You don't know what you're missing anyway. But a mid-roll is going to interrupt your viewing experience if you're not subbed and you don't have Twitch Turbo. It's not even in the same boat.
I am home. Time for shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
3.
It's like I said, it would severely damage the platform on Twitch. It would completely stifle growth. Completely stifle growth on all channels. Not just big channels, not just small channels, all channels. New viewers, lurkers, anyone who doesn't have a sub or can't afford it, whether it's Twitch Turbo or a channel sub, would just get reamed by this. Thanks, Dorian. Thanks. Thank you for voting for, as always, Final Fantasy 15. Oh, we have multiple directions here. And I don't remember which way it came from. No, it's going to be randomly sparse throughout the whole broadcast, Kestrel. I know you're trying to be optimistic about it, but that's not how it's going to work. Because they're using the same system as pre-rolls, which means that they'll be probably every hour or two, at least. It wouldn't... The thing is, pre-rolls deter people from looking for new channels. That's already true. This would deter people from watching a channel for an extended period of time because they don't know when they're just going to get cut off randomly. It's not like there's a fucking timer. It's not like we as a broadcaster have control over it. It's random. It just happens. There's no control over it. Someone put a really, really funny example. What if you're in the middle of watching some like major sporting event and it's a pivotal moment, down to the wire, and then an ad starts running for like fucking McDonald's? And it's not like you just picks up where it left off. It's live content. You're not watching a video on YouTube. It's live content. It just cuts that part off. Oh, it's like, it's really, it really bothers me because this is very, very damaging to the platform, like, and my career, if this is something they actually go forward with. I would legitimately be like, yo, all that quote-unquote ad revenue I'm getting from your dumb platform, I'll pay that as a sub if it means none of my viewers ever have to see your shit. Because I can tell you right now, I make, at best, $5 a month from ads. I don't need that $5 if it's gonna ruin my career. Like, fucking take the money. I don't give a shit. Just don't do this. Don't do this to me or anyone else. Okay, I don't know which way I came from. they want more ad revenue. They should fix the bits from ads thing. What is... I don't ever use that, personally, because it never works for me. So, like, what is broken with it, exactly? Like, every time I look, it just says there's none available, because they have a limited amount they can give out per hour, I think is what it is. Well, I legitimately need to see which way I came from last night. Because I don't want to be here all day, like in this dungeon, I mean. It's very confusing. It's only speculation? No, it's right here. This is it. It's right there. It's their own blog article, their own announcement on Twitter. That's what's broken with it, Reg? Okay. You were getting mid-rolls every 15 minutes? Where, Night Dreamer? Because this just, like, was announced today. This hasn't been a thing yet. Anywhere else, like, on Twitch. This was announced today. Where's the feedback option? Oy. Well, I could say they've successfully ratioed themselves on Twitter. For those of you that don't know what that means, when you get ratioed, it means your ratio of comments to likes is severely towards comments, because that only ever happens when people are mad. If they liked it, they would be commenting and liking it. Oh, did they get slammed? Hi, Solo. Okay, I need to just 1 sec. I'm going to check my video, folks, so we can see which way we came from. What in the flying fuck? Uh-oh. That's not good. Uh-oh. Gotta message mods really quick. Something went wrong. Good. Good.
Number 19.
Weird. Okay. Mods is on it. Thank you. Thor, man, thank you for 32 bits. I appreciate that. Mid-roll feedback link. Oh, thank you. Hell yeah. Roughly a month ago, half ago, on another large streamer. I mean, I know a huge streamer that runs ads every interval based on how many subs he has. And it works really well for him. Because he usually has 1,000+ subs and that many viewers as well. I'm getting spammed with texts at the same time. Next few minutes. Oh, okay. What the fuck? Hold on. I got a text saying that they left it outside the door. Like, really? Okay. What's outside the door? I got somebody to treat stream that ordered me food. Blue Sammy, thank you very much. Hi, Yoshimi. And I got a text that's like, yeah, we just left it out the door. No contact delivery. It's outside somewhere. You'll find it eventually. Oh, no. Yeah, just I gotta go on a treasure hunt for dinner. That's too good. I threw it on the roof. Please tip. Alright, this should be really quick for me to figure out which way I came from. So just bear with me. If you could. Dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Left in yard, race dog to eat it first. I came from... I don't know. Because there was combat. One of these two stairs is where I came from. I think it was the one above me. Yep. Okay, we're good. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here as well. So, we haven't gone up here. Let's go this way. So anyway, I hope this mid-roll idea of theirs dies in a fire. Is probably the worst idea I think I've ever heard them come up with. It's honestly very worrisome. Like, I'm not speaking from a place of ignorance here either. I've been streaming for almost 5 years. I'm not new to this. I've been watching Twitch for at least that long. I'm just not new to this. Like, I get what that kind of random interruption can do to a channel.
No.
DIDNT know what one this was. Now I know number 003.
Thank you, Durian, for 45 bits. Yeah, and you can still get pre-rolls special. Yeah, it's not a replacement. It's just not. It's just more. Wait, how did I end up down here again? Oh, now I'm really confused. I don't think I looked at the right spot of the VOD. Hey, Slade. Don't worry, by the way. I think Ray Slash will work on these since it's elemental. Yeah, I can tell you, buddy, that I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about the rate of CPMs, but we get a CPM. So if you don't know what that means, CPM is basically like cost per melee or cost per million, or melee for 1,000, cost per 1,000 melee, right? And I make about $5 a month at the most from ads. That's it. That's it. Fucking keep the money if it means I don't get these mid-rolls. But just keep it. I don't need that hard that I'm gonna be okay with these kinds of ads. Just freaking keep it. It's not gonna help me. It's not gonna help the platform. It's not gonna help new and established channels. It's not gonna help anyone but Amazon's bank accounts. Alright, so maybe I didn't use the stair down. Oh, there's no stair down here. Oh. Oh, okay. We're lost. That's okay. You know what? I'm okay with being lost if it means we get to hang out. So, the heck with it. You've been on Twitch 6.5 years, streaming consistently since April. how you feel about mid-rolls.
How I feel about mid-rolls number 098.
Oh, man, Knight. Thank you. Thank you for 47 bits, man. Make sure these are going through. TOD, Tales of Destiny. Thanks. We got a lot of great games to look forward to over here. I really do. I'm just excited. Excited. That next list is gold. It's gold, Jerry! Stare down, says Sammy. What? Stare down leads to a dead end, Sammy. That's what you're talking about here? I was just here. It's a dead end. Right? Leads to tragedies. Right? Wrong? I'm so lost. I'm so lost. Help! Maybe stare up led to tragedies? Now I'm confused. Which way did I just go? I've been focusing on chat. I'm sorry. Which way did I just go? I don't know. Nope. Sorry, Lurk Stuff. I'm a man of my word. Integrity is important as a streamer. And I have said many times during these streams that this is a fun game to stream. It is a terrible game to play and a fun game to stream. So, I take it back. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry even a little bit.
How I feel about mid-rolls when they happen again 15 minutes later. Dan's game number 098.
Do 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 do. So yeah, within that vein, you know what other games we got slated up, right? Everybody, incentives that were hit. Beyond the Beyond. Final Fantasy IV complete. Just to clear it up for you folks, if you think any of these games that we're playing are games that I wouldn't want to stream, well, change your mindset, I guess. That's all. Change your mindset. Because these are fun to stream. Did we figure out the thing? Yeah, we figured out the thing. I don't know what the thing is, but we totally figured it out. We totally figured it out. I hope that clears it up for you. Final Fantasy IV is good. Final Fantasy IV After Years is not good. Beyond the Beyond is insanely difficult from what I've heard. Fave game setting, fantasy setting, Slain Asher. Yeah, that is the question of the night tonight, everybody. What is your favorite type of game setting? Oh, I gotta damn this guy. What does it take for you to remove those games from incentives? The incentives were already hit. So nothing. Nothing will remove them. King Ruse, this is a new enemy. Twitter announcement. Hold on here. Okay. I have follow-up on the concern of mine. Mods. Sorry for those of you viewers that have no idea what I'm talking about. I apologize. But I was a little worried about something and it was a little sensitive, so I had to keep it on the DL, right? What other silly bad games are we looking forward to eventually playing here? Thousand Arms will eventually be played. That's one that we can play. Thousand Arms will eventually be played. What else do we got? Although, for me, from what I've heard, Thousand Arms is more funny than anything, you know? Like, it's not a bad game, it's just funny. Okay, so, real talk here. I thought I was getting, some negative support. We'll put it that way. But Twitch recently did this. We heard your feedback about VOD view counts, so we're rolling out an update to better reflect your true audience, whether it's live or online. VOD view count will now show a sum of live views and offline VOD views. I personally don't like that, because then I don't know how many views that video is getting as VOD, you know, like as video on demand content versus when they watched it live. So I don't like it, but at least it's not what I thought it was. So here's the link, if you folks are curious, right there. I don't like it because now I have no idea which views were live and which weren't. So they kind of condensed that for some reason. Also, I don't know which way I just came from. I think I came from that left. What is my opinion? No. We just talked about that for like 30 minutes. I'm done. I don't want to talk about it anymore. What is my opinion? Fucking hate it. There you go. No. I don't want to talk anymore about it. I hate it so much. Nobody likes it. Anyway. No, you don't have to apologize, or I just... No, I don't want to talk about it. No apologies necessary. Yeah, now I don't like this because now I don't know how to separate those. Like, which were the views from the stream. I have to do extra work to try and figure that out now. Wow, this is very repetitive. I don't know. These hallways look the same, and I don't know which way I'm coming from anymore. Damn. Okay, so, question of the day. Let's do that. Because I'm tired of talking about Twitch making mistakes. Oh, I need to heal. Shit. Your favorite game setting. So the setting is the type of setting. So is it a fantasy realm like Arthurian legend? Is it like Eastern, fantasy? So like yokai and, Japanese samurai and things like that. Is it science fiction, post-apocalyptic? Like those are settings. I would turn into less money, Aura, but I just said I don't want to talk about it. Because it's just going to keep continually making me mad all night. Sammy, you like magic and machines. A lot of Final Fantasies, if not all of them do that. Yeah. Solar Cookie, your favorite game setting was Artonelico. Post-apocalyptic, post-technological music magic. I'm having a hard time understanding what that means. So, no, legit, what does that mean? Like, that's a lot going on there. Okay, cool, we're all healed up. Space Isolationist Horror, says Night Dreamer. So you would like Alien Isolation or Dead Space. Those games would be right up your alley. You like Near Future, Boat. Cowboy Bebop anime is like that. Near Future. Well, what about games? What games are Near Future? Fantasy with guns and airships. Most Final Fantasy games are like that then, yeah. Not all, but most. Music matches cool like Symphogear. I don't know what that is either. Rakadactylus likes colorful and whimsical settings in video games. Like Trials of Mana, right? I think we came from this way. But I don't know, I'm lost. Shit, we're very lost. I can't tell which way I'm coming from because the areas all look the same. Da 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 da. Artonelico. Let me try to catch up. Magic was explained as being caused by the emotional reactions people had to music. Mages are singers and they sing to cast spells. Oh, okay. Okay. It sounds wonky and weird, but it was engaging too. It worked and kept your attention. So the setting itself is what drew you to it. So all of that, right? Because that's the question. That's your favorite kind of setting when it's like magic is powered through emotion and song. That's a pretty interesting setting. That's very unique. You want a deep dive to learn about Twitch analytic measures? Twitch Help Desk channel. I talk about that stuff all the time in there. I would be more than happy to talk to you about that because I check my dailies every stream and I check my monthlies every month. And then I check external websites as well. Tribble, you like shooters that have an RPG element with FPS. So like Mass Effect, you would like, or Borderlands, you would like, right? Because those fit both of that. Lich likes high magic, men in tights fantasy. Men in tights fantasy. What is that? So comedy? You like comedy? So you like comedic fantasy? So what games have been comedic fantasy? Thor likes real worldish with a twist that's rare and powerful. Modern day but with magic. Or medieval with alien technology. You'd probably like Star Ocean 2 and 3, Thor. Although it's not real worldish, it's, you know, I mean, Earth exists in that setting and it's future, but Star Ocean is definitely a mixture. What kind of setting do you like, Suntop? Because all you did was just say Final Fantasy VI right there. And you mentioned the villain, but with the setting, what we're trying to get at, what about the setting do you like? Doo-doo. Symphogear is an anime where people unlock ancient magic technology armor suits by singing. I never heard of that. That's interesting. Mana, I could see, yeah, the whole whimsical fantasy. It definitely fits that, doesn't it? Holy shit. He can kill those by himself now. Event Horizon is the same setting you were mentioning, Night Dreamer? Yeah. I thought Event Horizon was a decent movie. Pretty creepy. As long as there's a decent storyline fits the setting, you're happy. But what settings are your favorite, Lorwana? Which ones are your favorite? I'm back here again. Oh, shit. I'm going in circles. Mary likes music, magic stuff. So you might be interested in our Tonelico. Eternal Sonata is another game like that. This game is sort of, sadly. Sort of. Not really, but sort of. I've never seen those Tonelico games. But what platform are they on? Another way of saying D&D or World Renaissance. Oh, so you like medieval fantasy. Or is that like a different thing entirely? I'm catching up the chat because you guys have great stuff.
We roam around the forest looking.
You guys
for
have
fights.
Great stuff.
We're men. We're men in tights. We rob from the rich and give to the poor. That's right. We may look like sissies, but
oh my
watch
God,
what you
lady,
say
shut
or else
up.
We'll put out your lights. We're men in tights. Always on guard defending the people's rights.
Does she ever shut up?
03.
Yo, Durian, thank you for 64 bits. Thank you much. Blizzard! Sometimes you like high fantasy, magic, and swords saving the world. Dorcas City likes comedy adventures. That's just a genre. That's not a setting, though. That's like saying just RPG, right? That's a genre. We're looking for a setting. Like an actual setting. Like science fiction is a setting. It's not a genre. It's a setting, right? Fantasy is a setting. It's not a genre. RPG is a genre. Adventure is a genre. FPS is a genre. Dinotopia was a PC game once. What is that? I think we're just going back, but I have to do this to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Might as well get a free restore while we're here. Tarnelico was PS2 and PS3. Gotcha. Okay. And Vita as well. Glitch, you like medieval fantasy but high magic. Eberron, Final Fantasy 14. Okay. Yeah. I'm zeroing in on what you're giving me here now. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I have Manachemia. I want to play that someday. There is a character limit, Sammy. It just feels like that one didn't listen to it for some reason. Rummy is poisoned and paralyzed. Oh dear. Holy water. There you go. Mystery adventure is a genre. It's not a setting. You're just naming genres. You're just naming types of games. You're ignoring the setting. All right. Let's try to get out of this place. Dinotopia is a kid's book. Guy and son wash up on shore where people and dinosaurs live together. Interesting. Magnumer likes high fantasy, magic, steampunk, fantastic and mythological creatures, so Final Fantasy, Warcraft, D&D, Toril, that sort of thing. Gotcha. Space is the setting, so you like science fiction? Or do you like deep space specifically about science fiction? Like you like deep space science fiction? We're gonna figure it out, Dark City. We're gonna figure out what it is you like. We're getting there. We're narrowing it down. So you like comedic science fiction? Okay. So you would like shows like what's that called? Red Dwarf? Is that what it's called? Or you probably like Futurama, right? Like that show. What games fit that setting though? So. Because now I want to know. Like, I'm curious. Like, what games fit that setting? Because this is specifically for games, right? I think you actually named some. I may have missed what they said, though. Sorry about that. Comedy sci-fi Portal does fit that. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? That's true. That's true, Cyborn. Portal does fit that. Every time I get in a fight, I get spun around. I don't know which way I was running. This is very problematic right now. Starship Titanic. I've not heard of that. Didn't I cure her poison? Just run. Diesel Punk. Never heard of that. That sounds like a... Definitely sounds like a type of setting, though. Settings I like, high fantasy. So like certain Final Fantasy games fit that mold. Now remember, we're just talking about ones that we like the most, not we like this and nothing else, right? It's not binary. It's just which ones do you like the most? Okay, I think this is the right way. Let's see if I'm facing the right way after combat. Like, high fantasy is my thing. That's part of why I think I do so well with D&D. Because I just know it and like it so much. It's why I do so well with retro RPGs. You know, they're often that. Not always. Like I did Star Ocean 2. It's kind of a mix. Star Ocean 2 is sci-fi and high fantasy. Okay, still faced that way. All right. Magnifer says, I like sci-fi space stuff too. The sense of unknown and adventure it brings when it allows you to explore vast amounts of planets. Yeah, that's part of why I like the Mass Effect games. Great exploration in them. Megalith, hello to you. You came for... Oh, jeez. Let's not. We already talked about that, and I got mad, okay? I don't want to get mad again. I just don't want to be mad again. Let's not talk about those. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We can talk about the texture on that last monster, Lich. Absolutely. You're pretty impressed by it, I could tell. Yeah, yeah. You never played Mass Effect? Well, they're not comedy, but they are definitely science fiction RPG. Science fiction setting in a plausible future of our universe. So it's Earth, futuristic Earth. I suppose, like Earth is part of it, you know. But great exploration, great story. But the setting is purely science fiction for Mass Effect. Did she find my food? I don't know. She didn't. If she said something, I didn't hear her. I'm being asked if you found the food. Hopefully she didn't get, like, lost. So, Tuxedo Johnny. The question is your favorite setting, not genre. So, Mass Effect is, yes, it's a science fiction RPG FPS. That's the genre. But we're asking about the specific setting, which is basically like the foundation of the story, right? So, Mass Effect is... The setting is purely science fiction. Space science fiction, even, right? So, spacefaring science fiction, you could say, is the setting. Based on a plausible future of our Earth. Final Fantasy VII, the setting is kind of a mix of fantasy and like modernish tech. Like that's the setting. I have no idea, Megalith. I've never played Legend of Legaia. All I know is that this game doesn't do anything right. It doesn't do anything right. The food's gone. Raccoon's done found it. My roommate says, yes, he was actually standing outside the door. All right, we got the food. And then a lot of conflicting info from its delivery, but it's here. Thank you, Sammy. Final Fantasy 7 is like steampunk. 6 is way more steampunk than 7. 7 has like way more modern stuff, like reactors and things like that, right? I hate these things. They're so annoying. Bye, true waifu. Dinotopia had wonderful illustrations like Legend of Mana. So yeah, I mostly agree. It's like 7 is steampunk-ish, but I think it's more just kind of modern with fantasy. Because they have things like TVs, you know, power reactors, guns, like modern guns, cannons. There we go. Well, how about a mega heal? All right, cool. Do-do-do-do-do. What's some more Edwardian era steampunk thing? I don't know. Would you consider dot hack games its own type of setting where you're in an online game with game mechanics? Or would you consider this setting fantasy? I'm not sure because I haven't played them. I do know they're supposed to be like MMOs in a sense, right? So the setting would probably be... I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I don't actually know what that setting would be. I mean, I think the description you gave is the setting. Like, there's not a word for it. You're in an online game with game mechanics that's based on fantasy. So it's like fantasy-based MMO, sort of. I don't know. You consider dot hack isekai? Probably, yeah. That probably makes sense. Tuxedo Johnny says they call it lit RPG. Things like sword art and stuff where the setting is inside a video game. Ah, okay. Interesting. Am I going in circles? I can't tell. I think it keeps spinning me around after combat. Honestly, I can't tell. Do 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 do. I think we are going in circles. Oh, I wish there was an exit spell. Hack Sign is the closest you've ever seen the series come to isekai. Doesn't apply to inside a video game, but anything that involves that style game-like mechanics to your setting. So I've seen stuff like that where... mostly in anime, where they openly talk about leveling up and things like that. It's a little weird. This game's blowing your mind. Yeah, we got like 2.5 pages of notes of just things that the game has done wrong. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, we just killed SpongeBob. That was SpongeBob. We totally just killed him. I'm worried about this dungeon because what happens when I run out of consumables? Is the guy pulling a sword out of a guitar? Yes. Yes, he is. Yep, he sure is. Tuxedo Johnny, there's one fantasy book he read, which might be lit RPG called Sufficiently Advanced Magic, where the main character invents an MP meter to measure his magic. It's always weird to me. Like, it's so on the nose when they openly talk about that stuff. They've done that in this game. One of my teammates was talking about MP. Oh, it was so cringy. It was so cringy. And then later talked about HP. As like an in-game lore concept. It made me really uncomfortable. It made me really uncomfortable. Yeah, they just crashed through it. They just crashed through that fourth wall, didn't they? Okay. We're going backwards. Which was our only choice right now. Imagine if they talked about D&D mechanics in D&D. That only works as a vehicle for comedy. Like, the webcomic Order of the Stick does that all the time. They do it all the time. But it's part of the vibe of that webcomic. They even openly talk about when they switch from, like, rule set 3.0 to 3.5 or something like that. Like, wow, I suddenly can use 2 weapons easily. It's just, you know, it's ridiculous. It's on the nose, though. Like, it's self-aware. You know? It's self-aware. I think I failed a spot check. Yeah. You must own this masterpiece? Wow. You are a bit of a masochist if you want this game. Well, like I said, this game is fun to stream because it's such a train wreck. It's not a good game. It's not fun to play. It's not fun to play at all. But boy, is it an experience when it's broadcast live. The top-down view. I mean, just look at these textures. The thing that usually surprises people the most about this game is when they find out it's a PS2 game and not a PS1 game. It's just ugly. It's very ugly. Do. Texture's pretty generous if you assume there's more than one. Yeah, I know. You thought it was PS1? Most people do, man. Now, don't be that person that starts making excuses for this game. You're like, wow, it was like one of the early RPGs. In the same year, Final Fantasy X came out. Metal Gear Solid 2 from the same developer. So, it's just, there's no excuse for this game. There is none. How are you, Neo? What's new, man? Yeah, we've had that conversation every time I stream this game. It always gets somebody. What else did the same developer make? Suikoden 1 and 2 on PS1, Suikoden 3 on PS2. Which is the bad Suikoden? It's 4, right? I think it was 4. That's the bad one. I don't remember, though. Daily gaming routine. Gotcha. It had a lot of small things you like, but it's executed so bad. Yeah. It's failed execution in almost every way. Here's the conversation I usually have with this game. Let me tell you the concept of this game. You're in a Groundhog Day scenario. It's an RPG where you go to an island and the same 5 days repeat on loop. You keep your key items, your equipment, and your experience every time you loop. Conceptually, it's like, wow, that sounds really neat. To me, that sounds really cool. But this game doesn't convey anything. Anything. It doesn't tell you what to do. It doesn't give you hints on what to do. It doesn't vaguely hint on what to do. And when a game is time-based and NPCs and events have schedules, you need to have some sort of conveyance so you know when those things are going to happen. Well, in this game, every 3 to 6 hours, when NPCs are supposed to change location, they just immediately teleport to their next location. You have no idea where they went. And that's every NPC in the game world and every event in the game world. So it's just an exercise in trial and error, or like Tuxedo says, you need a guide. Guess which one we've been doing? Not the guide. That's the challenge. We have to beat this game blind. Alright, so we already got those. This is a blind playthrough, so no spoilers are allowed, no hints, no tips, none of that. Oh, well, there's one. Tuxedo Johnny, man, you gotta be careful. You can't spoil stuff. I haven't played this game before. This is my first playthrough of this game, so leading questions are spoilers. Leading questions are spoilers. Did you do X? Well, if I didn't do X, now I know that X is a thing and it was just spoiled. So you gotta be really careful with that stuff and not spoil things. Okay, we came from that door at one point, so let's try going this way instead. Diaper Princess's collection? Oh god. No, it's alright, Johnny. To answer your question, no. I didn't even know they existed. So, now I do. And now I'm worried that I fucked the game up and did something wrong. Hopefully not. But, again, blind playthrough. I can't know that. But that's a good rule for any channel on Twitch. You go to any channel on Twitch, don't ever ask leading questions. Especially in a blind playthrough. Because it will spoil things a lot of the time. Alright, so we gotta go this way. We don't have a choice. You wonder if this game has multiple endings? I don't know. It's something we can look up after I beat it. Right? We could check that out after I beat it. Oh, he's poisoned. Let's go ahead and cure that. This game is so undesired that I was able to get a complete in-box copy of it on eBay for $14, and it was like mint condition. Nobody wants this game. That's how unpopular it is. Is it bad you want to try this now? I've seen that a lot. The thing is, you have no idea how bad it is without playing it. So you have that morbid curiosity, right? But I've seen people say that. Just don't turn into one of those apologists for this game, you know? Especially without playing it first. There's so many people out there that refuse to see the flaws in something they like. And they turn into apologists for it. 14 is not a lot, Solo, for a complete in-box mint copy of a PS2 game. That is dirt cheap. That is absolutely dirt cheap. Ryu, thank you for the host, man. How are you? Alright, let's look for other ways to go here. Nothing was found. Yeah, the problem with the rhythm game in this is that the button presses during the rhythm game don't correspond to what you're hearing. So it's actually easier to do it when the game's muted. In addition, the rhythm game doesn't matter. It has no bearing on anything. And what I mean by that is if you put the controller down during the rhythm game, it doesn't change anything. Except the little score you get at the end, which does nothing. The rhythm game is meaningless.
Question is, what is a phenomenon? The question is, who cares?
Beep boop, this game looks like poop. LUL.
Yo, Megalith, thanks for the sub, man. Much appreciated. 3 months. The thing is, just watching someone play it, you don't actually get just how miserably bad the game actually is. You're just not. And if you're playing with a guide, then you're not getting that either. And I don't recommend anyone play this without a guide. That's the thing. Part of how terrible this is because it basically does require a guide. Or just lots of luck and persistence. Durian Man, thank you. 2 gift subs, putting us at 5. That gives us a wheel spin, doesn't it? Take it, aim at Reg. I don't think he's here, but I'll let him know. Here we go. Wait, I gotta kill the monsters first, don't I? I gotta kill the monsters first. Hurry up and die, monster. We got shit to do. All right? There you go. There you go. Every 5 subs, we get a wheel spin. Here we go. Oh, there you go, Tuxedo Johnny. Enjoy those emotes, man. Oh, we get to fix the camera. Nice. All right, everybody, the camera is repairing itself right now. The camera is repairing itself. Oh, I don't have that one on here. There we go. All right, camera has been repaired. The camera has been repaired. Reg dodges another bullet. Okay, we fixed the camera, everybody. It looks normal now. Did you summon Becky? Oh, there was one, wasn't there? Okay, we get retro Becky. Here you go.
Oh yeah, I'm beautiful no matter how many squares I have. Isn't that true? I don't even remember who summoned me. Don't matter, we could just kill someone at random. What in the hell is that?
Number 6.
I'm gonna kill that thing after. Wow, that was obtrusive. Rackadactyl has summoned me. I'ma kill you! I'ma get you! What am I gonna kill you with? I'm gonna kill you with the dead body or whatever that thing was that was going. Alright, sounds like a plan.
You need a spanking.
Sounds like it.
You
Wow.
know you want it.
Oh.
Number 3.
That's that's 5 gift subs. Holy crap, Ryu. Okay. Wow, thank you. Magnumer, thank you for 31 bits. 5 gift subs from Ryu. Wow. Okay. 29 more from Durian. Thank you for voting, everyone, by the way. Anytime you guys give bits or donations, just remember, you can put an ID number on it from the next list, and it auto votes for that game. All right, you ready? Let's go. Let's go. Take an aim at Reg yet again. Round 2. Got him. Say bye, Reg, everyone. Bye, Reg. Bye-bye. Kaboom. Nice shot, Ryu. Let's see how many more times we can get him tonight. Let's see how many more times we can get him. Answering him not. Okay. I like that someone said, who said this? This was funny. Becky still has better textures than Ephemeral Fantasia. Mary Place. Merry place. Can you have his ribs since he's not gonna eat those anymore? You know what? Yes.
How I feel about Ephemeral Fantasia without a guide. And also mid-rolls number 098.
Same. Same. Thank you, Night Dreamer, for 47. Thank you, Night Dreamer. Kill SpongeBob. Wonder what kind of ribs he had now. Now I'm thinking about food. You all did this to me. The horn key, it fits. Time to find dinner and some Minecraft. Hell yeah, dude. What kind of food? You want to know if he ate them all or if he has any spare ribs? Had catfish for dinner? Ooh. Catfish, yeah. I like. You don't know yet? You have to cook it. I understand. I may be grabbing myself a kebab here soon. I need to get me some more healthy snacks. That's kind of why I was asking about healthy snacks yesterday. Because too much of the stuff I eat hurts my stomach. Or my not gallbladder, more accurately. So I was trying to get ideas from you folks, you know? I was trying to get ideas. All right, so what were we talking about anyway? We were talking about the whole setting thing, right? Like favorite settings, how bad this game is. I mean, that how bad this game is has filled 109 hours of content, so I can't do nuts. Because you need a working gallbladder to properly digest those. Cheese, I can do sometimes. But since I'm lactose intolerant, I have to take lactate every time. So that's a problem for me. Kale chips, what's that? Brachydactylus. Yeah, I can't do nuts. I wish I could. Dried fruit, that's not a bad idea. Dried fruit. I bet it's too expensive, though. I'm gonna ask my roommate. Is dried fruit expensive? Yo, what's up, Finn? How are you, man? Crackers and dip, depending on the dip. Or fruits. You do bits of pepperoni and cheese, crackers, and garlic hummus. I actually do like hummus. That's based on chickpeas, right? That probably wouldn't hurt my stomach. Yo, folks, Finn's been like losing a bunch of weight. He's been doing VR workout streams. Dude's been killing it. We're like super proud of him. It's pretty badass. Keep kicking ass, man. It's pretty good to hear. Jerky is expensive, yeah. I would like that, but it's very expensive. Dried fruit works, but it is very high in sugar, so I'd have to be careful with that. Break apart kale leaves, says Brachydactylus. Drizzle oil and seasoning. Spread on baking sheet, cook for a few minutes. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. you're gonna eat a lot, you might consider a dehydrator. Hummus dip with cucumbers, fresh pineapple. I can't eat pineapple. Gives me canker sores. Celery stalks, I do like celery. That's a snack I do eat actually pretty commonly. God, the visuals in this are tragedy. Chickpeas and garbanzo beans. What are garbanzo beans? You know what snack I used to eat that was good, but wouldn't be good for streaming? But it was like chickpeas that were seasoned with wasabi seasoning. Those were good. But really spicy, so obviously it wouldn't be something I could do while I stream. Deli meat's too expensive. It's like $8 to $12 a pound out here. Garbanzo beans are chickpeas. Oh, okay. I do like carrots. Oh, I went in a circle again. Horn key, okay. I think we need to just start running from fights again. Because I don't even know which way I came from. You started your new job. Yo, whoa, 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 whoa. You tell us this as you're trying to leave? Nah, you get back here. You need to tell us about the new job. You can't fucking leave us hanging like this, alright? This isn't a D&D cliffhanger. You get back here. You get your ass back here. Durian. Popcorn and season it with different things. That's not a bad idea. You had to plan out healthy, low-cal snacks for your week. Apples are one of the best options. Dips are fine as long as you stick to serving sizes. Okay. I'm a fan of apples. I think Durian ducked out. I think he dodged it. Cliffhanging us like that. The nerve. The nerve on this guy. You got a well job making trailers. I know, you told me that, but you haven't told, you said you worked your first day today. Come on now. Getting a job is way different than actually having your first day of it. Let's go. Let's get the deets. How did it go? Oh no. We can't go any further. Alright, we need to try to find our way through here. Just don't eat an entire bushel of apples each day. Okay. You know what I do really like is baked apples. I don't know if that's healthy though. Oh, those are great though. Baked apples? Man. Delicious. Delicious. He can't endurian. Oh my god. Aura. What are you doing with these puns, huh? What are you doing with these puns? Aura of the Dawn. What are you doing with these puns? You guys like this music? It's really good, isn't it? Slice of an apple, toss into a skillet with a small bit of butter and cinnamon. Still low cal as long as you go easy on the butter. Yeah, so I want that in my mouth. I want that in my mouth. Can you put it in my mouth? That would be cool. I would like that. Thank you, Megalith. Thank you for putting it in my mouth. By the way, have you guys seen, now that I have these now, I can play with my balls on stream now. It's great. I am within Twitch TOS to play with my balls on stream. Not many people can say the same, but I am one of the unique ones right there. Dude. Went well. It wasn't hard and it's better than where you were at. All you learned is you need a better welding hood. Good, man. I hope it continues to go well. Thanks for letting us know. Thanks for letting us know. Oh no, my camera, it's glitching out. Oh, dang. Shoot. Oh, man. Little much for you? Look, I'm here again. The horn key, it fits, everyone. It fits. Yeah, yes, you can go now. Thank you. I just wanted to know. You just like dropped that bomb. You're like, I have my first working day. Okay, bye. I'm like, whoa. Just want to know, did it go well? Did it go bad? Did you like it more? You know, like that kind of thing. Boop, boop, boop.
Are you trash? Because I'm the garbage man, and I'm here to take you out.
Nice.
I have 69 bits left. Nice number 098.
Nice. Night Dreamer, thank you for 69 bits. Tales of Destiny getting some love. Take some apple slices and a tablespoon of chocolate chips, a tortilla, butter, and cinnamon. Grill that in a skillet. It's 200 calories or less if you're using smaller sized tortillas. Aren't the chocolate chips just like crazy calories or no? I think we need to go this way. Let's go this way. They're not if in small amounts. Claire, new blizzard. All right, there we go. Tablespoon of chocolate chips. Oh, okay, yeah, I could do that. Too much of that is too much for me anyway. It's too sweet. Caramelized apples all the time, 24/7. Sign me up. You've done a bunch of the calorie counting. Honestly, it's good, man. I'm glad it's working out for you. It's really cool. What happened last night to not finish? I was playing a game called Ephemeral Fantasia. I hope that clears it up for you. I honestly don't know how to answer that. How am I supposed to answer that? I like bell peppers. Bell peppers are a tasty fruit. They are a fruit, right? They got the seeds and everything. I don't know how long this game is, Pharaoh, because it's my first play. So I don't really know how to accurately answer you. What happened last week to not finish DQ11? The game stopped telling me what I need to do. I guess. I don't know. I don't know how long the game is. It feels like I'm at the end. But boy, that end boss just pushed my shit in a couple times. If it is an end boss. Yeah, I don't know how long the game is. Either game, so... Well, question? Question mark? Yeah, I did think that, Safiro, but... What can I say? We didn't finish. What happened? We didn't finish, is what happened. I don't know. I'd have to know more about the game to really give you a good answer to that. No, please not DMs. Just at me in the food channel. I get too many DMs, and I lose track. Just at me in the food channel, because that at least I'll know that's still there later. If it's a DM, I'm going to lose track. Yeah, that's, but you basically got it there, Sophia. It was basically, man, I hope this will be done. It feels close, right? And we didn't finish. We didn't finish. Maybe we can finish tonight. I hope so. Miri, do you want me to answer that? Because that would be a spoiler, right? Because you're specifically asking about endgame content in games that you and others might not have played. Who decided tree waifu? Take one guess. Take one guess. There's only one person that could really pick that name. Let's see if he knows. Sammy? No. Okay, never mind. I guess you don't know who originally came up with that name. That's fine. You don't know who originally came up with that name. I thought you did. My bad. There he is. There's the man. The Zordon. The originator who would constantly talk about tree waifu every Zelda stream. We found a staircase. This is promising. I don't think I've been this way yet. This is promising. This is promising. Okay, so we have a door there and a wall. Okay, how about the door? Oracle games, yeah. Sordon is Tree Husbando. That's his name. He's Tree Husbando. I see it, Lich. Thank you. I will check it after stream. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, you guys, have you got any other like healthy snack ideas for me? And you know, it's not even like a, oh, I'm trying to lose weight thing. Like I kind of am, but that's not the motivation. The motivation is that I'm frequently hungry during a stream, and a lot of stuff that I would eat would make my stomach hurt. So I'm looking for things that won't do that. So nuts, I can't do nuts. Spicy food is out. As much as I love spicy food, I can't do it during stream for potentially obvious reasons. Dairy I try to stay away from for similar reasons. So if you have heard like hummus, dried fruit, baked apples. Some good ideas so far. A Phoenix potion, nice. Bam, 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 bam. The biggest thing that helps is to have variety and have it convenient. Yeah, I would probably need stuff that's prepackaged. Just because my time is so limited now. Very, very limited. Shoot, I gotta spin the camera around after this fight. I'm gonna run away so I don't forget. Spin camera after fight. Spin camera after fight. If I keep the camera pointing north all the time, it helps me keep my bearings a little better. Thank you, Saphiro. I do have a snack I could go grab right now. Courtesy of the Sammy. Prepackaged apple slices with peanut butter sounds good. Yeah, or caramel. Caramel. Okay, here's a fun question I've seen on Twitch all the time, and it always gives a different answer. Caramel or caramel? Which one? Which one do you say? They're both right, but which one do you say? Caramel or caramel? Depends on your mood. Right off the bat, dude, just fires. Depends. Depends on my mood. Caramel, says Finn. Aura says caramel. So does Night Dreamer. So does Lorelana. Stripe says it's pronounced cavity. H-Peach, hi H-Peach. And Strife, by the way. H-Peach says caramel. Saphiro doesn't say the word because he doesn't like it. Okay, but how would you say it? How would you say it? Caramel or caramel? How do you pronounce it? Depends on your mood, but you won't correct people if they're giving you caramel. I see it. It's pronounced crown puller. Oh, man. You say it both ways. I see. Lorelana, you call them pecans? Wow. Pecan. They're called pecans. That's how I say it. Flare Cat says clearly caramel. If you say caramel, you're a savage. Oh. Well, that clears that one up. What? Pecan. So Lorelana peas and cans. Today we learned. Everybody's got to have a hobby, I guess. Everybody's got to have a hobby. Oh shit, did I just go backwards again? Fuck, I don't know. I'm getting spun around. Sad, you'll say caramel if it's the drizzle sauce, but if it's candy, it's caramel. Interesting. I hope I didn't go backwards. I still hope I didn't go backwards. I can't tell. I'm very lost. That's alright. We're gonna continue to be very lost together. We're gonna beat this. I'm telling ya. I'm gonna push this game's pooping. Pecan. It's pecan. How else would you say it, Aura? That's where I'm confused. Your question confuses me. I didn't know there were other pronunciations of it. Yo, Isaac, how are you, dude? But I guess Laurelana just taught us. They're called pecans. She pees in a can. I go west. I do like to go west, especially in the month of Smarch. Boy, the encounter rate here. Can we just not fight? Like, just not. Let's just not. Laurelana, I bet it's an accent thing, honestly. I bet it's an accent thing. And it's getting toasty over here. Let me check my temps. I'm gonna check my temps. Alright. Let's see. The CPU is 42 on the gaming machine. The GPU is 37. Okay, let's check my temps over here. Checking temps. Yo, Sky. Sky. Thank you for the host. It's common to call them pecans in the South. Really? 3,600, currently 69 Celsius, and the 1660 is 53. Okay, our temps are fine. I'm just toasty. I'm not getting enough air circulation. Roasty, toasty, burnt to a crisp. It's pecan. For Inigo. Pecan. Pecan. That's how I say it. Pecan. Isn't it? Now I'm confused. Hi, Inigo. What if it's a soft C? It's not. It's not Pasan. Strife. I refuse to believe that reality exists anywhere. I think we're doing alright, Sky. I think we're doing alright. We talked about a thing Twitch did that made me very mad. And we're not going to talk about that anymore because I don't want to be mad. And we talked about other stuff. Good stuff. Well, you know, we got the question of the night. Your favorite type of game setting? I like that question. That's a fun one. Let's go up here. I'm very lost, but you know, it's okay. Let's just try to burn through this. We're talking about favorite healthy snacks. Yes, just keep running. I don't like though that when you run in this game, it cuts off the music. It's really weird. Oh shit. Boy, is this place a mess, isn't it? I thought I was going up, but now I'm going down again. Dead end. Shoot. Oh, come on, this encounter rate is ruthless. And it's weak enemies. Yeah, like location setting. So like fantasy, science fiction, deep space, post-apocalyptic, you know, stuff like that. Those are settings. Asparagus? What do you do? Seahawk, what do you do with your asparagus when you eat it as a snack? Because I like asparagus. Isaac, you like the fantasy, exploring every inch of Azeroth, Middle-earth, Forgotten Realms. That's generally my favorite too. High fantasy. Tuxedo Johnny like cyberpunk dystopias. Did you play Observer, Tuxedo Johnny? It's a horror game that's basically cyberpunk, future punk, dystopia. Oh, that game was amazing. That's like one of my favorite, if not my favorite horror game I've ever played. It was amazing. You did? Yeah, it was good. It was really good. Slice up bananas, freeze them, and run them through a blender. They have a texture like ice cream. Whoa, cool. I didn't know that. Might have to try that. You light roast the asparagus with garlic. That does sound really good. That does sound really good. This place keeps having a consistent mixture of going upstairs and downstairs, and that's why I keep getting lost. Part of it. Part of why. This guy's a probably like fantasy, medieval fantasy. Futuristic fantasy doesn't do it for you. So you wouldn't like Star Ocean games then. Because it's like a mixture. You probably wouldn't like some Final Fantasies as well if you don't like futuristic fantasy. So you probably wouldn't like, if the setting doesn't do it for you, you wouldn't like Final Fantasy 13 or 15, I'm guessing. You haven't been playing 6. Did you guys know Sky So Fly was playing Final Fantasy 6 on stream? It's his first Final Fantasy game ever. His first ever. As soon as I saw that, I was like, I gotta watch this. I have to see this. Like, I need to know. I need to know. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, his first Final Fantasy ever. That was immediate for me. I'm like, I gotta see this. That was the first one you played too, Inigo? It's a good one to start with. It's the one I always tell people is probably the best one to start with. Wow. Holy hell. That's beefy. RPG chick with the raid. How the heck are you folks? Phoenix, RPG chick. Anyone coming on in? Welcome to the channel. I am Finamenon, if you don't know me. Falls, Greffery, Dragon Dark. How are you, man? I'm Finamenon. We primarily play retro games, RPGs, D&D every Saturday here. We get big channel quality, small community vibes. If that sounds good to you, check out this little video, this custom-made video I made. Mind the text. The text is not OG. Yeah, tropes. Oh yeah, break it down. Here we go. It's good to have you all, folks. I hope you had a good time over at RPG Chick's channel. Tell me about her stream. How did Shining Force CD go? How did Shining Force CD go? She was speedrunning it, wasn't she? Yo, Night Dreamer with the gift sub to RPG Chick. Thank you.
What is a phenomenon?
Thank you for that generosity.
Who cares?
A game was played. so RNG was not friendly tonight, huh? Make sure you folks go check out the RPG Chick. She's finally making a return to streaming. She's been killing it as always. Doing a great job. Really good speedrunner, very comfortable atmosphere, very what's the word that I'm looking for? There's a specific word. I don't know the word. Let's just say that. What should we say? I'm so confused right now. It's a great place. Just go there, all right? Just go there. What does that word mean? I don't know. It means it's awesome, right? Accommodating, that's one. Is the specific word the? Yeah, that's it. You got it. Welcoming. Yeah, there you go. That's one word. It's a good channel to be in. Make sure you check her out. And if what you've seen so far here sounds good to you, hopefully you hit that follow button so we can hang out with you again. Stellar? I like that word, but that's not what I was going for. Look, the enemy's name that we just killed is Doug. Did that look like a Doug to you? Doesn't look like Doug to me. Inclusive, that's it. That's it. That was the word I was looking for. Inclusive. How the fuck did you do that, Rackadactylus? How did you know? Get out of my head! Yo, Chaos Kitty, what's up? I say that as I'm playing Ephemeral Fantasia. Hey man, I said I had a sub goal months ago. I said if we hit the sub goal, I'll play this game blind. Naming a number I didn't think was reasonable to hit in a quick amount of time, and it was. So I was like, if we hit 600 subs, I'll play this game blind. Don't underestimate your community if you're a streamer. Because they were like, okay. Here we are. Playing this game. Blind, fully blind. No hints, tips, guides. No spoilers or anything like that. We're allowed, so yeah. It is what it is. They will always hit it. They will. They will. They will always hit it. You've learned never to tempt viewers with some impossible goal for you to do something to... Listen, now, this game is miserably bad, first of all, okay? This game is miserably bad. Let me get that right off the bat. I hold no illusions about this game, and most people don't either. But damn, is it funny to stream. Because night after night, we just find new things that this game does that make us all collectively just go, what the hell did we just see? It's been worth it. Chaos Kitty getting them hugs. There you go. There you go. I want to hear from RPG Chick how it went tonight when she gets back. If she does. I don't know if she said she had to go or anything. I didn't see it. You will set a world record speedrun aura for Ephemeral Fantasia when the community solves world hunger and brings peace. Ah. Somebody will try it. Somebody will try it. Thanks for all those follows, by the way, everybody. Much appreciated. With respect to lurkers, I never call out follows when they happen. So if you're lurking, I won't say your name unless you are talking actively in chat. I shut sand. That is a really lousy consumable item to find in what I assume is an endgame dungeon. She said her Sega broke. Oh god, I didn't see that. That's terrible. Oh man, I hope it's something that's easily fixable. Dun, 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 dun. We can only hope it's an endgame dungeon? Yeah. This encounter rate. Wow. I don't want to fight these. Am I good at assuming Pink Sammy? I like that his name is Blue Sammy, but his name is Pink. I think he enjoys irony. I think that's what it is. I think he enjoys irony. It's like a really muscular guy being called tiny. You know? Blue Sammy is pink. It's ironic. It's a very basic irony. Something that's frequently misconstrued, isn't it? Irony. Like that song Alanis Morissette sang in the 90s. Nothing in that song is ironic. Which maybe she was just playing us all along. To make a song about irony and then have nothing in the song actually be ironic, maybe that in of itself is ironic. Damn you, Atlantis! You evil mastermind! Yes, that would be ironic, Tylo. That's what I'm saying. Oh, man. She's just pulling a fast one on us. She knows what real irony is. You really thought I had this game when you went to sleep? Me too. Me too. Me too. So we have a thing we do every night. Question of the night. For those of you just coming in or that haven't answered yet, you know, let's feel free to chime in if you'd like. Wait a minute. Is there a stare? There is, okay. But the question of the night is, what's your favorite type of game setting? RPG chick, fantasy. I like high fantasy, yeah. That's mine. Thanks for getting that song stuck in your head. Listen, I like her music from the 90s, all right? I like it. Back when music companies weren't so DMCA happy, every once in a while I would play some for our breaks and our intros. Speaking of RPG chick, I want a station ID from you. I want one. Save data, yes. Let's save data. Chaos Kitty likes Viking, medieval, and cyberpunk settings. Which is your favorite? Which one? What's your favorite of those? I've told you that before. I'm telling you again. I'm like, come on, let's go. Inquiring minds want to know. Gonna do something cute or funny, but brain no work good. It's hard to beat dragons in arcane magic. Hey, that's why I run D&D every Saturday. What was our last session? Session 58? It's been good. It's been real good. Queen likes fantasy-based settings like FF9. Do-do-do-do-do. Boop, boop, boop. Haha, I ran away. Yeah, but we do these things called station IDs. They're like radio-style transitions. So, before, during, after breaks, we roll those. Just to keep the audio flowing and entertaining. Last session was really good. I thought so, yeah. I liked it. Boy, even that visual and that spell is offensive. Whew. There was high emotions last session in D&D, since it's a very roleplay heavy and centric campaign. Matthews, party wants post-apocalyptic Mad Max sort of thing. You've not seen a game like that? Well, Mad Max itself is a game, and it was supposedly a pretty good one. Like, within the last couple of years, I think it came out. It's basically exactly what you're asking for, and it is actual Mad Max. Rarely get to view them anymore, but last week was so good it made you want to make the effort. Wow, thanks, dude. I'm glad you're finally watching them. I know you were struggling for a bit there. Because much like myself, when you get swept up in like a game world or a setting, you do that dive, you know? Like the internet dive, where you just start reading anything and everything you can find on it. I get that same way. The door hasn't even cracked. That's not a good sign. What if that means I missed some obvious switches somewhere? God, I hope not. Oh. Did I just find the exit? Where am I? Is this good or bad that I'm here? I think I just left the entire dungeon. Did we just seriously do like a huge loop? Oh, I'm so lost. Yeah, we're at the beginning. Oh my god. What is this place? Oh, I'm so baffled. I guess we were supposed to find a switch or something? Yeah, that's all I get. That's all I got. We're supposed to find a switch or something like that. You haven't been able to watch live. The streams are pretty good content for later viewing. Yeah, that's why we've been putting them on YouTube. I'm trying to get 2 episodes every week on YouTube until we catch up. So I'll be working on episode 19 tomorrow. I kind of want to reset because the last time I saved, I still had a kind of an idea of where I was going. Shoot. Yeah, let's do that. Honestly, we're just going to do a quick reset because my last save was not at the beginning. It was not at the beginning. Oh, and yes, as you can see there, we only do hardware here. So, yeah, that's one of the things I like to do. I normally will espouse and proudly talk about how I do pixel perfect capture on most, old games. But when it comes to a PS2 game that looks this bad, you can really only do so much with it. What you're seeing is actually visually superior to what I'm seeing on this television, the CRT TV. This game's visuals are pretty rough. They're pretty rough. So you're getting the superior visual experience from me. Though I do, like I said, I go to great lengths for visual quality. Like PS1, pixel perfect. Super Nintendo, same. Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, pixel perfect, all that. There's a stair there, okay. I think there's a switch I need to find somewhere. We may have to start mapping this dungeon. Yeah, the game looks so diminished, we'll say, that people assume it's a PS1 game. Plain and simple. People actually think it's a PS1 game, and I don't blame them, because it looks like one. There we go. Just had to point the fan at me. Getting a little toasty. I got the AC off because it's nice out. Looks like an early PS1 game. Yeah. It really does. So all I can think of is there's a switch somewhere in this dungeon I need to find to open that door on the bottom floor. That's all I got. That's all I can really think of right now. Had to dial down the polys to fit all those loops in. That's clearly the answer, isn't it? Now loading. We're back at the beginning again. Okay. I actually recognize that. Looks closer to like FF9 graphics. Yeah, it does kind of look later PS1. Because early PS1... Those graphics, when did this launch? It was like, okay, now before I answer that, we have discussed this. We'll do it again. This was like during the first or second year of the PS2, which is no excuse. Absolutely no excuse. Because during the first and second year of PS2, other games came out that looked twice as good as this. Like Final Fantasy X came out months apart from this. The same company made Metal Gear Solid 2 the same year. There's just no excuse for how bad this looks. And its time that it came out is not one of them. Sari. Yeah, I mean, like, I would say there are PS1 games that look better than this. Okay, that's clearly the wrong way. Let's go back. I think that's treasure. I don't know, Seahook. What I do know is that almost everyone that made this game no longer works in the industry. And they stopped basically right after this game. I don't think anybody wanted to hire him. Oof. Big oof. Big oof. Those guys that look like ovals blow themselves up. Suicide bombing ovals. Hold on, we gotta use the ocarina. You guys need to hear this. Yeah, one of the producers made Triforce Heroes, which I have to say, without any hyperbole, is one of the worst games I've ever played. Yeah, Ocarina. Death ovals. They are death ovals. Doo, doo, doo. Do. Okay. I think it was just treasure over there. Okay, let's go down. Triforce Heroes is better than this? Yeah. That doesn't mean it's good, but it is better. I agree. I agree. Stubbing your toe is better than this? I wonder how far we can take that. You know, I'm not trying to be like oh, I hate that we're playing this game and this is miserable, and blah, blah. Like, that's just not what it is. I think this game is funny and fun to stream. Because you all get to see something you probably never would, in your right mind, play. And you get to see just legions of jank. For example, and yes, I have examples here. I have a diagram and I don't have a diagram. I was like, I knew this game was going to be difficult in its design, okay? So I decided we would write down every objective design element that this game doesn't execute on, you know, or does poorly. And in the first 4 hours, we filled the page, the entire page. We filled it entirely. We've since filled another page and started on a third. And the reason we're only on the third page only, I say only, is because the game is so repetitive, you kind of just run out of things to write. So, yeah, it's you know, it's an EF thing. It's Ephemeral Fantasia. I love how the music just stops when you run from combat. Isn't that cool? It just freezes. You've watched at least 80 of these 110 hours and you still have no idea what's going on. So, I have an idea of what's going on, but the thing is, the game doesn't very effectively portray what's going on, even to the player. So I struggle with that too. It just has that feeling like it's slapped together, you know? Like they didn't really put a lot of thought into the writing of the game. Shit, dead end. Wow, I am really curious where I need to be going. Like, we understand the island was in a 5-day time loop for however long. Okay? We know that. And we know that maybe Dollar Store Sephiroth is the one responsible for it. Maybe. I call him that because he looks like bottom shelf budget Sephiroth. And his name even looks like they just changed half the letters. You know that meme where it's like, can I copy your homework? It's like, yeah, just change a couple of things so it's not the same. That's basically what his name looks like. It's like instead of Sephiroth, it's like Zephyr-Proloff or something like that. The game is called Ephemeral, but it clearly lasts forever. Oh, jeez. Is that a dead end or not? No, it's a stair. All right, we'll go down there. Eternal Fantasia. I don't know what that is, Ervin, or how to pronounce it. What does that mean? Dollar Store Sephiroth. Yeah, that's his name. Did I miss some context? Fail? Fail canceler, what? If you wanted the big brain, why would you ever force a Dormammu bargain? Huh? Euro Shop Sephiroth? Oh my god. You get it? I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad. There's something there. I just didn't get it. I'm really sorry. Stuff goes right over my head sometimes. Do. Or is eating the bad beans. Someone gifted you a sub, you weren't even here? Yeah, random gift subs. You gift a sub to the community, it randomly chooses. Usually it chooses based on an algorithm. So it'll go like mods, active viewers, followers, in that order. Usually. So now you got emotes, Axel. I hope you enjoy him, dude. Who was that? I don't know. My thing is scrolled off. I'd have to do some scrolling. Save data. No. I don't want to save data. I wanna not be in this dungeon. Am I still burnt out on Marvel movies? Kinda, yeah. Kinda? I mean, it's not my choice, so as long as it's not depressing. Like, we did recently watch Into the Spider-Verse. We do movie nights every Tuesday in Discord, for those of you that are curious. We recently did Into the Spider-Verse, which was good. It's like easily the best Spider-Man movie ever made. I say the best, like it's an objective thing that no one's allowed to disagree with. It's my favorite of the Spider-Man movies. It's really well made, though, that's for sure. It's really well made. And if you watch it, make sure you, like every Marvel movie, make sure you watch the post-credits. Oh my god, I was in tears. I was laughing so hard. Oh, it was so perfect. It was so perfect. Wayward Prophet, you could watch that on loop. Even the soundtrack is amazing. There's just so much to like about that movie. Yeah, Spider-Verse was legendary. So yeah, Sammy, you're fine if you want to do that. Should be alright. You somehow didn't see it? You're gonna want to fix that. We're watching Professor Layton if you win. Alright. I'm down. I'm down with that. Sammy has a weekly meme where he says he's gonna vote for Grave of the Fireflies, which is easily one of the most depressing movies I've ever seen. And every week I say, no, you're not, because we're not watching that. That's never gonna happen. We had that mistake happen once. Not for that movie, but someone chose Pan's Labyrinth, which... Wow, that movie's amazing, but for the next 2 days, I didn't want to do anything but lie in bed. Ugh. Ugh. Forget it. Forget it. Amazingly crafted movie, but forget it. Just forget it. Not gonna do it. It's just monstrously depressing movie. So there's enough problems in the world. I don't need my entertainment to be reflecting it as well. So it's not for me. Or group movie nights. It's basically like, okay, what movie would you want to pick if you were sitting in a room with a bunch of friends trying to have a good time? Would you pick Pan's Labyrinth? Because if you would, I'm worried about you. I really am. Because the movie's amazing, but it's not the right setting for it. It's just not. Maybe you're sitting there with a friend and you want to... Well, yo, this movie's really heavy. It's pretty depressing, but it's amazing. You know, you gotta be in the right mood for it. It's not a group setting, hey, let's have fun every week kind of thing, you know? You were there for Smooth Ops. What is Smooth Ops? Is that something we watched? Because I don't remember that. Smooth Ops. I don't know what that is. Oh, the streamer. I've never done movie night anywhere other than my own community, so I don't know what they watch. It's just, that's out there. That's something else. Aura, wow, that's pretty messed up. Side hackers? I don't know what that is. If you're just memeing to suggest depressing movies, though, the answer is always no. But I don't know what that is. Yeah, this one is gonna be a long dungeon, Axel, for sure. For sure. Alright, let's go this way. There we go, we got away. One staff movie night when you're a camp counselor, you watch Requiem for a Dream. Wow. Yeah, I've heard that movie is incredibly depressing. Yeah, those are terrible choices for a group setting that's supposed to be fun. It's just one of those, what are you doing to yourself kind of things. Also, we've kind of put a stop on 80s and 90s comedies because they almost always age very poorly. Almost always have aged very, very badly. Like, to the point where I'm getting uncomfortable and I don't want to watch it anymore. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? No. No. We're not watching depressing movies. No. Without even any sense of amusement. No. It's always just a very blunt and plain no. No depressing movies. Oh no, you said Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I thought you were talking about... Oh... We did watch that. That one was pretty heavy, though. Sorry, I thought you were talking about something else, Chaos K. I'm sorry. I'm getting mixed up. That's my fault. Yeah, I was thinking Leaving Las Vegas. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. I got the name mixed up. That's my bad. I apologize. Leaving Las Vegas is monstrously depressing. Yeah, we actually did watch Fear and Loathing. It was, there were some parts that were really good and some parts that weren't. In that, It didn't really work in a group setting. Maybe you just gotta have the right kind of group, though. I'm not saying it's the wrong group, but it wasn't really what I think we were feeling, like vibing for at that time. Sashimi, old kung fu. I'm not opposed to it, but I don't know a lot of people that want to see that. So, I mean, if whoever wins the raffle picks an old kung fu movie, we'll see how it goes. I can't promise I'll be able to stay awake for it, though. I probably will fall asleep, I'm not gonna lie. Like, just to be plain about it. We had a good kung fu movie? Yeah, but it was a comedy movie and it wasn't old kung fu. That's not what he's talking about. So yeah, so folks, we do movie nights every Tuesday if you didn't know. And I raffle off. So like I'll do in chat a raffle for a couple hours. The winner will pick the movie within those, you know, guidelines. Basically nothing depressing. Did I go in here yet? I think I did. Yeah, we've already done that. Shoot. Kung Fu Hustle, is that the one we watched? That was funny. It was a comedy. Like, that was the whole point. And it wasn't old Kung Fu. I don't know, Seok. I've never seen that thing. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I've never seen it. Does the raffle winner have to own the movie? Let's just say we discussed that in Discord and not Twitch. That's all. It's that we figure it out. I think is the best way to answer that. We have a pretty good track record of making sure we can watch movies we want to watch. So no worries about that. You guys like the music here? Hot Fuzz. What is that, Lich? I've never heard of that. Dead end. Shoot. It's funny? Okay. Is it an 80s or 90s comedy that hasn't aged well? Please say no. No, I haven't learned of Hot Fuzz. You can't look at me? Okay. I don't care. I don't care. Have you ever seen movie? No, 99% of the time. I don't watch movies. It's why we started doing movie night. Because it's not something I ever do. Bad Boys 2? No, I've never seen it. Same people that did Shaun of the Dead. I did see that. We saw that for movie night. We watched Shaun of the Dead for movie night. That was good. That was a good time. That was like a year or two ago. Hot Fuzz came out in the middle aughts. Okay. Cool. What did we watch last week? We watched Airplane. I don't think that's aged very well. That's my opinion. Most people enjoyed it that were there. Action comedy classic. Okay. Yeah, I've never even heard of it. LSD, what's up, man? Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and World's End are Cornetto trilogy. I've never heard of the other one either. Try going this way. I've basically not heard of most or seen most movies that you folks probably like, to be honest. It's not a thing I do very often. It bombed at the box office, but was hella fresh. Okay. Oh, we didn't try going this way yet. Did we find progression? Something different! Oh my god. I think I did something. Maybe. See, this Ephemeral Fantasia. Does anyone have any idea what we just saw? Because I don't. I have no idea what that was. I don't have a clue. What did we just see? I don't know.
So, you finally made it, Tree Waifu. Do you want her?
Nah, you can have her.
It's a little late to try and come between us. We are one now. Her powers are now totally mine.
Uh-huh. He's still being all grabby with her, too. It's really gross. Freaking dollar store Sephiroth here.
Normally, a magical force of this magnitude couldn't be endured, but by stopping time instead of having it simply loop, the island has been forced into a new eternity. As a result, I'm no longer able to return to human form, but it doesn't bother me. Either way, she'll never have feelings for me, so...
See, this is another thing this game does wrong. The villain is an incel. The villain is an incel, and he has been one since the beginning of the game. I'm not making that up. I'm not just like being overly critical. He's always been really grabby with her, and the things he says are inappropriate. At one point, it even looks like he grabs her boobs, just out of nowhere. He's messed up. Yo, Left, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Final Fantasy 14. How are you, Left? Thank you for the raid. Welcome. And everybody, I'm Finamenon. We do retro RPG D&D here. Hope that sounds good to you.
Tree Waifu. Tree Waifu.
Yes, that's the main hero.
Tree Waifu, you're very charming. I'm envious.
Horny Bug Man. He is now, yeah.
I wasn't lying about why I invited you to the island. I really did like the melodies of your compositions.
You're about ready to pass out? Okay, dude. Hey, thanks for thinking of me, though. Always appreciate it.
I wanted you to stay here on the island forever, but I miscalculated. I didn't know you were a Kanan. And I never anticipated you stealing something I had spent years trying to obtain. Talking about Laurel's supposedly frozen heart. I cannot excuse you, Tree Waifu. Your very existence is intolerable to me.
So, alright, we're not allowed to die here because I don't know when I last saved. Or how I got down here.
I will thank your shoe.
Okay.
From our island.
Okay. Okay. No pressure. I know, right, Professor? No pressure. Zero damage. Oh, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. I did 0 damage to him. Alright. We will try Ray Slash. What is that? What the fuck? Well, all 9s? This is good. This is going well. Huh. Oh god, he still gets turns? Is this a scripted battle? I hope not. No, why did you use revive on Rummy? Oh, whatever. I could have sworn I used this on him. Okay. I don't know if I'm hurting him or not. I can't tell. I haven't been looking. 0. He seems invincible. He keeps lowering my speed. Can I play the instrument? No? Okay. $33,000 damage to Claire. This is so scripted. I'm not even... I can't damage it and I'm taking like millions of damage. It's just totally scripted. Just let it happen, I guess. Wow. 33,000. Allies are destroyed. Here we go. Is it scripted? Still waiting. No, I don't know. It might not be. It might not be. That might be a scripted fight. Okay. Whew. Whew. Endgame scripted fight. 37,000 damage. Man. Something went wrong. Good. Good.
Ah, number 6.
Are we dead? I think we're dead. Oh, I can't reach my sitar that has tumors. He just took it? Oh, he threw it. Okay.
Donk. There. This is it. It's over now.
Okay.
Be gone, tree waifu.
Thank you, Magnumer, for 32 bits, by the way.
Tree waifu. That sound? The rel. Zeph, Snuffleupagus, thanks to you, I now know how to release this power within. I never wanted this, but as the Queen of Pandule, I'm going to destroy you now.
Okay.
Lorel, tree waifu, take this.
All right, thanks. The animations are so, like, stuttery. Having played the early game of this game, this is everything you'd expect from late game. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, now we can hurt him. Okay, it was a scripted fight. It was a scripted fight. He's probably still gonna do a lot of damage, though. Ow! Yeah, he does. Okay. Wow. This was the original ending to Bill and Ted. Yeah, he still does lots of damage. I failed to attack him. She gave me rock and roll. That's true. It's true. Can I play the instrument? No. Okay, magic, no. Arts. Alright, just keep hitting him. Jeez. That's crazy. I think we're just going to be doing lots of healing here. I can no longer use... Oh, he's confused? Wonderful. Holy water! He's confused, silenced, and asleep. Well, I have holy water, so we're good there. We're good there. Polite cat. That's a lot of polite cat. God damn. Wait, Laurel is over there. I just noticed her. I just noticed Laurel is over there. He's healing himself. That's not cool. Ding, 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 ding. Oh my god. Poor Claire. I'm glad that we have plenty of revives. Do we have any items that are actually going to help here? Claire? What did he do to Claire? I don't even know. That was weird. That was weird. Miss! Ha! Nerd! Suck it, nerd! Yes! Prayer circle for this to be the final boss. Oh my god, I just hope so! I hope so! It's just gonna reset to the beginning of the game. That is rude. Okay? That is rude of you to say. $1,300. Not doing much damage, but we're surviving. Also, okay, let me just pause here for a sec, everyone. If this is the end boss, this is the end boss music. Was this getting you hyped up? Because it's not doing it for me. It really isn't. This sounds like the kind of music you would hear when, like, a teammate you wanted to join for half the game finally decides, you know what? I'm going to come with you. It doesn't really fit the mood, but this game's done that a lot. This game has really done that a lot. I don't know what kind of magic he's using. Defend against those attacks. Yeah, these aren't gonna help. Here, do, oh, he's hit. He's attacking. Damn, that does a lot of damage. Glad she's got heals. Oh, that does a hell of a lot of damage. I should do that. Oh, she might die. Oh yeah, she's down. All right, we better revive her. Disc 2, same BS with 1 minute time loops. That'd be fun. He lowered his speed. 5,000! Holy fuck! Okay, he's gonna survive. No, this is a PS2 game, man. I don't think they had 2 disc cases. Did they? Maybe they did. Maybe they did. I don't actually know. Yo, Diaper Princess over there. A little help would be good right now. I'm just gonna keep doing Ray Slash because it's doing a lot of damage. I'm actually gonna just buffer her turns and not use them unless someone takes damage. Like right there. Like that. That works. So Tree-Wai was gonna be the only one doing damage here. Let's give Rummy some MP. This AoE is pretty crazy strong. Suikoden was a 1-disc game and a 2-disc case because they had to make space for that instruction manual. Yeah, there was actually a bunch of PS1 games like that. I think Beyond the Beyond is one of them. I need better healing items than this. It's too bad. The best healing I have is only 1,000. I miss instruction manuals and good packaging in old games. That's why I like PS1 games packaging the best, to be honest. That's my favorite. What? The death animation, he just like... He just pancaked. Alright, maybe that's just phase 1. Let's see. Oh my god. Now he's red. Okay.
Don't come near me. My body is about to explode. The power of the Holy was too much for me after all.
So phase 2?
Nothing can be done. Regardless, my body would have only survived for 7 days. Reminds me of a cicada.
Something went wrong. Good. Good.
Number 6.
Yo, Magnumer, thank you for 32 bits.
The energy Lorel absorbed over the years is phenomenal. Thanks to her, the power I obtained exceeded even my own expectations, but the price was enormous as well.
Phase 2, secret end boss? What are we doing here?
Especially for someone with only the body of a master, the burden was too much. Even if I were able to hold on. On the 6th day, it would have been reduced to this form, and on the 7th day, it would have burst into flames and burned into oblivion.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her.
I did not.
Oh, hi, Mark.
How's your stream life?
What's up, dude? How are you, man?
So that's why you were having time repeat. You didn't want the 6th day to arrive. That's right. Now go quickly.
What?
Gathered here are those I least want to have to witness my pitiful death.
Okay.
Please grant me this last wish.
Can I say no? I guess not.
A true gentleman, true to the end. This is so kitschy.
Oh, ew. He's saying her name at the end.
Schmetterling Dollar Store.
He's
Sephiroth
saying her
dead.
name at the
Number
end.
98.
Wow. Fucking butterfly. I think we did it.
Where's Tree Waifu? Where did Tree Waifu go?
Thank you for the $1.88 on top.
No! Oh my god, he's gone! Who will clean my dirty thongs now?
What?
This light is Tree Waifu. That's impossible.
You like that outfit? Yeah, it's so terrible. She's got like the shoulder pads from Super Metroid Varia suit. And that's it. And then like a thong and leggings with thigh shields. That's her outfit. It's terrible. Ew, no.
He's not such a romantic fellow, you know.
Oh, Tree Waifu! Oh no, that derpy smile is back. Oh man. Oh man. Oh my god. It's the music it plays when you get a teammate. It's so out of place. Oh my god. Okay, first thing we're gonna do when we're free is go take you clothes shopping. Because I feel like Sephiroth made her wear that. Not her own choice. I really doubt she wanted to wear that. Maybe she did. I don't know. If she did, fine, whatever. It's her choice. But she was under his employ, and he's an incel. So I just feel like there was a weird thing going on there, you know?
No. Dollar Store, Sephiroth, and I shall cast the final magic spell. The magic that will turn Panduel back to its original state has started to take effect.
Oh. I think we did it. Did we do it? We maybe actually did it. Did we actually? Wow! I think we did it. We may have done it. Hold on. I'm not holding my breath though. All right. Did we do? I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see, won't we?
Bye.
Want a weird spoiler for things I missed? No, not until I'm done. I don't want anything until I'm done. So hold that thought.
The island is coming back to life. Look, that means we won. We won. Did we? Frozen time will revert back to normal. I took a look at the town. If everything continues this way, it should be all right.
When did you have time to do that? Fade to white day one. Oh, that would be soul crushing.
There's just one thing I don't understand. Snuffleupagus froze time on the island because he could only survive for 7 days. But why did he choose the 5 days leading up to the wedding? I mean, he could have just repeated any 5 days, couldn't he? Come on, don't you get it? It's so obvious. Psh, yeah, everybody, it's so obvious. Everything about this game has been so obvious. Wow. God, Claire. Psh, duh. He had a thing for the princess. He seriously had feelings for her. Right, he was an incel. I get it. He wanted to keep on having the wedding. That's ridiculous. It is. It is very ridiculous. Now, I don't think it's so far from the truth. Dollar Store Sephiroth wanted to control not only the princess's power, but her heart as well. Don't you think that's why he had the weddings occur over and over again? Well, on the one hand, that was her punishment. It was also a reflection of his love for her. Oh, this is so gross. It's possible that Dollar Store Sephiroth loved her from the bottom of his heart. Uh-huh. Why do I feel like this whole game's plot is just like apologists for stalkers? That is huge, huge yikes. Huge, huge yikes. Wow. Tree Waifu, do you feel the same way? Do you want to control my heart as well? No. You could say yes there. That's funny. An answer sounds like some goody... What? An answer sounds like some goody two-shoe honor roll student, even though you're just a petty thief. Ha ha. I'm different from you. Oh, okay. There's no way I'm going to say yes there. No. Absolutely not. I thought you'd say that. My heart is my own. It doesn't belong to anyone but me. Correct. And your life is your own. No one can keep you on a leash and keep you tied up. The Tree Waifu, you are in my heart. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're there in great abundance. No! Don't do it. Don't raise her hand. Oh no! Hand holding! Monka TOS! Monka TOS! I wouldn't have picked her though. That's for sure. I would have picked probably Claire if I had to. Oh my god, I think we did it. High poly hand models for PS1. On a PS2, yep. I guess we did, Sammy, yeah. Which one of you degenerates likes hand holding? Hey, Reno, how about going and waking up the musicians? It's about time we should be getting up. It's almost time for the party at the palace, isn't it?
It's too early. Boy, Daddy, you're so inconsiderate.
You have no idea what crazy things have been happening on this island.
You're so absorbed in your own little world. Wow, it looks like you're in a deep sleep, Tree Waifu. Go ahead and sleep in today. I'll make sure no one bothers you.
Okay. He's not even in there. It sums everything wrong with the people that made this. That yes is an option. Yeah. That you can control her heart. Wow. 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 You have this game complete in box and regrets? Yeah, same. I only do hardware, so... This guy belongs in the sex offender registry. He gropes people despite their age. It's disgusting. Alright, it's finished. How many subs for me to replay it? 10,000. 10,000 for a year. Make it happen. Make it happen. 10,000 subs for a year. Okay? Wow, that's amazing. I mean, for you to take the initiative and start a painting on your own, and for it to turn out to be such an accomplished work of art. Cringy. Cringy, cringy. I think we did it, Tion. I think we finally did it.
I think we finally did it. 10,000 for a year. That means 10,000 a month for a year, Rackadactylus. Okay? Enough that I can actually start a retirement fund. That's the only way I'd ever replay this. My motto is good. Besides, I'm talented too. Uh-huh.
I got to get going. I need to go get a celebratory gift. Maybe like a surfboard. Or a skateboard. Something with a board in it.
Dangerous thing to say. Dude, if I made 10,000 subs a month for a year... Yeah, I'll play it again, sure. That's several $100,000. That's probably in the millions. Are you kidding? No, wait, how much is that? 10,000 a month is like, it's like, okay, so that's like a 6 figures in a year, right? That's like 200,000 or something like that. Yeah, sure. Sure. Why not? 10,000 subs a month for a year, I will play it again. Wow. It's not that high, Tion. No, I would not become this game's fanboy. I would just play it again. That was the agreement. You can't force someone to like something. Sorry. Sorry. That's not how that works. Approximately 300k pre-tax. Somewhere in there, yeah. For 10,000 subs a year, I'd be a full-time EF streamer? No, I wouldn't. Because I wouldn't have any viewers. Nope. Absolutely not. I don't care. No amount of money in the world would make me a full-time EF streamer. You could give me trillions of dollars and I'd tell you to take it back. Then I'd have to defend it when it comes up in conversation? No, I wouldn't. Because I haven't done that even one time in the 110 hours of this playthrough. Nope. Quit trying to add stipulations here. You can't force someone to be something they're not. No. No. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Okay, so Claire fixed the watch.
Think it might be a little too gaudy for the kid? Well, it doesn't matter. He's the hero who saved the island after all. Something this showy means it's probably just about right. I can't wait to see Tree Waifu's excited face. I can't wait until tonight.
Okay. Sure. What is he doing? Psst, psst, psst. He's peeing his pants. And now Tree Waifu, the musician, will lead us in a song. Okay. No, the princess has a few words first. You know, being an announcer is harder than it looks. Okay. But I'm going to get through this to show my admiration for Tree Waifu. Alright. It's true, Sammy, yeah. He was saying that. But you know, it's a lot more fun battling monsters. No, JRPG Party, there was never a moment where I thought this isn't so bad anymore. No. No, there wasn't.
Oh, what the? You idiot! How could you just let Tree Waifu go and not say a word?
I think we left. I think we left. I'm on a boat! Is this how you wanted it to be, Tree Waifu?
Yep. Sure did.
We're thieves, you know. Who said that? Oh, Galhint. How's it going, boss?
Galhint,
Well, I got a little bored on the island, so... Besides, that place is full of bad memories.
What is even happening? I'm not really sure. It does feel like an ending, though, doesn't it? Dude got out of there ASAP, didn't he? That's pretty amazing. What? There's no music? That was an awkward cut. Yes, Megalith, yes. Because I had to play it blind. I wasn't allowed hints. I wasn't allowed tips. No guides. No spoilers.
So, Tree Waifu. Uh-huh. We no longer know what is going to happen next. But I can tell you one thing about the future. Your troubles with women are about to get serious.
Okay. Oh, no. Damn it. Why wasn't it Claire? I don't even like Claire, but she's the least objectionable of the three.
Tree Waifu. Just as I thought. You ran off without saying a word.
Derp face. There it is. There it is.
I'm not letting you get away this time. I don't care if you're a thief or whatever. I'm staying right by your side. From now to eternity.
Okay, fine. Just get some new clothes or something. Or if you really want to wear those, that's fine. You know, it's cool.
I'm going to bed.
He's the only smart one on this boat.
Don't bother waking me up until the ship is docked. Have fun, boss.
You cannot escape her. I know. It's like, this is a 13-year-old's fantasy, this game. It just totally is. It's a 13-year-old's fantasy.
Something went wrong.
Good. Good.
Number 6.
Did I accidentally find the end Andrew was looking for? What does it say? Fact that no one has a clue how to get Mouse and Rummy together in the ending. Wait, does that mean it says multiple endings? Yeah, dude, it was. Wait, did you think I just upped the timer artificially? Come on, man. You should know me better than that. Come on, man. Give me some fucking credit here. Wow. Oh, we did it!
That was shit.
Holy crap. Finally! The nightmare is over! Yes!
Game over, man.
Oh. Thank God.
Wow! Yo, thanks for the bits, Magnumer. Appreciate it. We did it! Oh, we did it! Oh, we did it! Thank God it's over. Inigo, thank you for 500 bits. Do you want to vote? 19 loops? Yeah.
Congrats.
How do you get the ending where everyone dies? You break the disc in two.
I did it all for the whoopies.
Oh my God.
Asterisk everyone hated at number 6.
That was shit.
Was that a sepia still shot of the grope? Probably. I haven't been looking at it, to be honest. I'm looking at chat. I should think about that. What do you mean I should think about that? Think about what? There's a lot of chat going on right now.
Anyways, the only thing I hate about the game is the fact that no one has a clue how to get Mouse and Rummy together in the ending. But I won't give up.
Bloody dude, thanks.
I'll keep on searching. Number 8.
Thank you for 500 bits, man. What'd you vote for? It didn't work. Can someone add those 500 for me? I think I've discovered why Reg's bot is breaking. Thank you, Buddy Cthulhu, for 500 bits. Magnumer for 86. That doesn't gonna add it either. God, this thing is misfiring again.
Excuse me, princess.
Reg's bot is
Number
misfiring
6.
again. That one didn't go through either. Holy shit. Oh no. It's missing every single alert. Every single alert. Yep, it sure is.
This is my feeling on the game. It was doing what the goose was doing to the harmonica.
We beat it!
Survived. This game is the most shittiest game, more than ET number 98.
I'm gonna just put this in mod chat, because it's missed every alert. Here.
Number 026 for this one and the other.
Hold on. Thank you all for the support. Thank you all for the support. Am I gonna eat the disc? No. That thing's a trophy. That's like killing a dragon and then you mount its head on the wall. It's a trophy. Oh boy. Okay, you guys can talk about your spoilers now. I'm sorry if I missed any chat. Is there any mods that are available to look at my alerts? Because the bot isn't working. Maybe it is now. But it missed every single alert. Doo-doo. Let's put on some music. And not what we're hearing right now. I want to thank you all for all
That was shit.
of the support through this game, for watching most of it. Holy smokes, you guys were rock stars with this. My plain and simple. Plain and simple. That one went through, Reg. Would you have been able to finish this game if you were playing it alone and not on stream? I would have used the guide if I was playing it alone, or I just would have quit. So, I don't know. It depends. Blind? No, I wouldn't have gotten past a couple hours, because I don't play games alone that are terrible. So, there were 4 recruitable characters I missed. Wow, what were the 4? 2 of them, Beak and Fang. Yeah, never even heard of them. What were the other 2? You added Magnumers 89. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You guys, yeah, just coordinate mods so you don't add stuff multiple times. Like, just figure out who's doing what, or just have one person do it. Otherwise, you might break the script on the page. Watch clips from this game? I'm good. I don't really want to do that at all. I don't really want to do that even a little bit. The other 2 are Lloyd, a wood puppet, and Minotaur, bad guy. Oh, wow. I see. I must be honest, I have absolutely no interest in even seeing how to get those characters. Oh my god, Ervin. What's the next retro game on the docket? We need to talk about that. The Zelda Marathon starts the 27th. The next game is Beyond the Beyond. So do we want to start that and then put it on hold for a couple months? Right? That's where I'm at. There's a way to take Rina to Plosi. Yeah, I know. I heard about that.
Congratulations,
That's
hey,
gross.
winner is you.
Yo, thank you, Dorcas City, man. You did not vote. Is there a game you wanted to vote for? Thank you for the $1.11. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your support, everybody. Rackadactylus did 5 gift subs as well. Wow, I think I got distracted by the bot breaking. Thank you, Rackadactylus. That should put us at 16, yeah? It's been 2 years, dude, since the last Zeldathon. This game is disgusting on a number of fronts. Yeah, it is. Like, Plosi is, like I said, he belongs in the sex offender registry. Yeah, I know, Triple. There's 2 people that speedrun this game. I know. Leave the disc with Jimmy Hoffa. What, this game? Oh, man. This game had so many things wrong with it. Like, look. Look at this. We're probably going to review this game. Because we usually do when we beat a game. I'm going to read through the entire list of things this game did wrong, okay? The entire list. Intro text goes too fast. Objective elements of the game that are probably wrong, with some opinions sprinkled in here. There's a guitar with tumors that inexplainably talks. They never tell you why. Cutscene triggers are confusing. So you don't, especially in the beginning of the game, know why you're getting cutscenes. They just seem to happen. Character models don't have any kind of elbows. The fish that Kite uses is just a really long stretched texture, and it's very stiff. Walking animations are very stiff. The talking guitar, is also a misogynist, or at least an incel, because it makes disgusting comments about women all the time. The textures in the game are exceptionally low in detail, especially for PS2 era. Like, they look just as bad as mid to low tier PS1. No zone boundary indicators. So you don't know when you're going to zone into another area unless you know where that is. The guitar is worse than the old man? No. No, but it's not binary. You can still be disgusting, just different levels of disgusting. Characters and cutscenes will clip through walls sometimes. During save and load screens, the audio crackles and buzzes. The princess wears diapers, so no, I wrote no kink shame with a question mark. We don't know why she wears cloth diapers. Maybe she has a medical issue. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Just the outfit, it kind of leads into the whole outfit choices. Like, she wears a cloth diaper that has a cape on it and leg warmers. It's really weird. There's Sitar Hero in this game where the controls are very awkward. So I had to like push these buttons, square, X, and circle, like this. So it would make my fingers hurt. And I had to push down to strum. And the timing with the strumming didn't correspond with what you hear in the game. So it was really confusing. In addition, it gives you a point and a ranking whenever you do a song, and those are meaningless. They don't affect the game in any way. The points don't do anything. The grade you get doesn't do anything. There were a couple times where I played a song that was required for story elements and put the controller down and didn't play a single note, and it changed nothing. It changed absolutely nothing. Okay, when you go into the save screen, audio abruptly stops. Sometimes it creates a pop. Sometimes it creates a pop noise. Abrupt and sudden spitting camera angle changes, especially in combat. It was legit making some viewers dizzy. It was making me dizzy sometimes. Like, let's see. Extremely low detail enemies. As we saw even tonight, some of the enemies were just two ovals kind of stuck together. Two ovals stuck together. Let's see. Bloated enemy hit points was another one. That's the difficulty. If you're making a game and you think that just by adding more hit points to the enemy makes the game harder, no, it doesn't. It just makes it artificially longer. Doesn't change the challenge whatsoever, only the tedium. Unexplained tint colorations in some battles. Sometimes battles are just really purple or green. Never really touches on that. Hey Ace, how are you, man? monster names such as Doug or Alex, and they look like aliens. Aliens. Literally, Doug and Alex are some of their names. We've seen some pretty good ones otherwise. Like Foot Gator was one of my favorites. I really like Foot Gator. Battles that take way too long. Kind of ties into the bloated hit points. Not enough time to explore because of the time loop. How quickly time rolls by. You get forced in a cutscene sometimes. Cheerful music during scary bandit attacks. So that leads into inappropriate use of music to fit a theme or a mood. Let's see. The villain is an incel. He's really disgusting. As we saw up until the very end. The villain tells you in the beginning of the game that he's going to pay you 10,000 gold up front to help you get started on composing your song for the wedding. And that happens several times. Never actually gives it to you. So either they just forgot to code him giving you the money, or they decided to just not make him lie about it for some reason. Let's see. You can shove NPCs into objects and push them around. Did you guys see a bunch of times I did it? If I ran into NPCs, they'd start shifting around and then quickly snap back to where they were supposed to be. It's really weird. Enemies in town locations. They eventually explain some of that, but for most of the game, you're roaming through like the palace and getting into random encounters, and you have no idea why. Let's see. Tons of typos and grammar mistakes. We saw that. The guide says you can get that money at a location he doesn't tell you about. Wow, are you serious? Oh, that kind of harkens to the biggest flaw of this game, and it's the complete and utter lack of conveyance 100% of the playthrough. Unclearly labeled maps. Some things are labeled, almost everything isn't. So I had to make my own maps for this game. Maps don't accurately show barriers. So like ledges that you can't walk over or down, the maps don't really show those. Basic AI that almost always attacks the weakest party member. Makes it really hard to level people up. Enemies that scale with your level. That is one of the worst design decisions you can see in an RPG. Here's why. Number one, it means that you never feel powerful. No matter how far you get, no matter how much you level. Number two, it actively de-incentivizes you from leveling up. Because if the game gets harder the more you level up, why would you want to get level up then? Don't ever make enemies scale with your level. It's terrible. Save files don't show you time played. They only show you the loop you're on and the time of day. Which doesn't work when time stops spinning. You can't save indoors. Like, okay, in dungeons, fine. But like in the palace, in just random houses, it just you can't save for some reason. Maybe there's like a back-end coding reason for it, but who cares? It still doesn't make any sense intuitively as a game player why you just can't save inside of a building, but you can't. Menus and UI and combat cover tons and tons of the action. They take up like half the screen sometimes, and you can't even see what your character is doing or the enemy is doing because there's just text with huge letters covering everything. NPCs that lied to you about when they want to meet. That happened quite a few times. Poison and regeneration still ticks during animations and even post-combat. So if you have a regeneration effect, choosing animations that take forever means you get healed more. And since it's turn-based, you're basically abusing the system. But on the flip side, it also means if you're poisoned, choosing animations that take a long time means you take unnecessary amounts of damage. So it's just poorly coded It's the same. It's you know, it's basically the same code, just one way or the other. Oh, here is one. Remember when we found the nightmare route for Rummy's quest? We picked it up and just suddenly we were in a boss battle. No explanation for the boss battle before or after. It was just have a boss because we picked an item up. Never fucking explained it. It was so confusing. Let's see. One of the enemies is SpongeBob SquarePants. We were seeing him up until the very end. Nauseating camera angles in combat. That kind of touches at what we said before. If you switch off the dynamic cam to the fixed cam, it's zoomed out way too far, and it's still hard to see what's going on because the character models are tiny. They're just so tiny. Let's see. One of the NPCs in the loggers village was exhibiting transphobia, so there's another thing they messed up on. I'm not going to repeat their words. I really don't want to. Already opened chests look identical to unopened chests. And in a game where time loops, you basically never know if you've opened a chest or not. Only way to know is by checking it. That's a bad one. That's a bad one. Party members will ignore your orders if you run away from combat too much. They'll just do whatever the hell it is they want and ignore you. And in a game where the enemies scale with you, running away too much means your party members never listen. Fighting too much means that the game just progressively gets more annoying and harder because the enemies are scaling with you. So you have no right choice. There's no win scenario there. It's either get too powerful or just have party members that ignore you all the time. Okay, here's one. Artist who is on the sex offender registry. Includes sexual assault and sexual harassment and probably pedophilia as well. We're talking about Plosi, one of your teammates. Yeah, he gets gropey with Rinna. So, just so you know, she's like 13 or something. Oh, here was a fun typo. NPCs that call you the minister. You know what they're supposed to be calling you, right? Right? Not the minister. Who knows? Who knows the actual word that they just fucked up on? Minstrel, exactly. I'm not a minister. He's not a priest of some kind. He's a minstrel. So what I think is this game was never localized. So who knows the difference between a translation and a localization? Because I don't think this game was ever localized at all. I think they just were like, just translate this to English to somebody, you know, that knows English but only knows it without any context. So, yeah, that explains probably a lot of stuff, honestly. It wasn't localized. Here's one where they broke the fourth wall. In-character references to MP. They explained it in a lore sense. They started talking about MP like it was like actual real-life lore. It was uncomfortable. Guitar minigame is easier when you mute the game. Yes, exactly, Queena. Localization is taking the culture you're translating it for into context so that you actually choose the right words. It also is taking the game's text into context. A direct translation is here's a script with no context, right? Just translate every line. It could be in completely out of order, so they won't really have context. A translator, a localizer, and a fan subber walk into a bar, a McDonald's, and a izakaya. Oh. I don't know what that word it means, but all right. Let's see. What else did we see? This one was uncomfortable. Who was it that did this? Who remembers who did this? Who remembers who did this? But there was domestic abuse in this game too. I can't remember who did that. I didn't put context, but I do vaguely remember it. But that did happen in this game too. Like somebody... Oh yeah, Galhant was slapping around his girlfriend. That's what it was. Yep. That was uncomfortable. No, it's not Thor. I've had somebody recommend that to me. Thor, I don't play the game digitized. I play it purely analog on a TV. There is no delay. There is 0 delay on my feed that I play on. Because it's hardware. It's purely hardware from analog. Purely analog hardware from console to TV. Yo, what's up, BGG? How was your stream, man? I see, Visceral. Okay, there was also in-character references to HP. So they didn't stop with just MP. They went to HP as well. There's a huge puzzle room and random encounters still exist. When you're doing a puzzle and it requires you to keep your bearings and track of where you're going, having random encounters completely throws that off. All right. That was page 2. Last page. Cutscenes will teleport you out of dungeons. That happened to me twice in one day. I was in this like really tough dungeon that was a maze. I got near the end and some random ass soldier's like, yo, this person's looking for you. And then you just suddenly teleport into the cutscene and you're out of the maze. I was so mad. So I went back, tried to get to the end again, and it happened again. Oh my god. It happened again. At some points, you deliberately have to do sequences wrong to progress the game. That's another thing this game does. The last note we had was when Laurel was chained up on the wall, and then we fought a boss, right? I think it was the tentacle lady, the like Dr. Octopus lady or whatever, you know? As soon as that combat was over, Laurel was just inexplicably not chained up anymore and just walking around like nothing happened. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Why? Why does this game exist? Why does this game exist? This ticks off all the boxes for you to want to play it. I hope you, by off, you mean like, no, I don't want to play it. She was chained up by a tentacle lady, yeah. That was, yeah. That was it. Yeah, sure, Rackadactylus. I don't think I will fit in one of those boxes, but maybe link to it or something. It's dead! It is dead, yeah. And may we never play it again, unless I somehow get 10,000 subs a month for an entire year. Yeah, the final timer was 110 hours, 19 loops. So, and 19 loops. I don't know if that's good or bad, but yeah. You didn't count loops, but you didn't reset if you missed something in a loop. You just made another loop. I think I only reset a few times. How do you convince Solo to play this game? He won't. He won't. I know him pretty well. He won't play this game. Now we get to review the game. Are we excited for that? Like, playing this game even with a guide is a struggle, but playing it blind, there's no chance in hell he would ever do that. Sword on. It's just not, man. It's not gonna happen. JRPG. Who knows when this game came out? It stinks! This game came out in 2000. Do you have the exact date? All right, let me show you folks how we do reviews here real quick. So we'll go here and we'll use this screen since it works better for it. Here's our review system, all right? And here's the rating system. We base the review based on story, visuals, audio, gameplay, production quality, subjective score of enjoyment, and then total number values, which is kind of includes that, sort of. Not really, but you know. North American release was July 9th, 2001. Okay, so July 9, 2001. Why is that not working? Oh, right. There we go. So what I do is I base my reviews on a score of 1 to 10. We are not IGN. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yo, Draconic Man, thanks for 6 months, by the way. Thank you.
The question is, who cares?
For name C, for name love.
I gotta click it. I don't know what that means, Grengio. Click what? What am I clicking? Did somebody link something? Enjoyment's gonna artificially inflate the score. Oh man. What it means is that a score to 1 to 10, a 5, actually it's on a score of 0 to 10. A 5 is an average. Okay? So if I give a game a 5, it means it's an average game. That's what that means. That means that half the games are worse than it and half that are better. It's an average game. It's not good or bad. All those scores use that rating system. This is the... I believe this will work. This is how you can look at the reviews themselves really quick. We're going to do this real fast. There shouldn't be too much to talk about with this game because it did everything wrong. I mean, you know, it just really did. So first, the story. For me, greatest exploration is a story. It can be conveyed through dialogue, lore, conveyance of themes through nonverbal storytelling. A good beginning, middle, and end. Relatable characters, interesting dialogue, well-written flavor text. That all goes into story. It's not a 0 because 0 means it doesn't have a story, right? It has a story. 1 represents comedic and negligent levels of failure. Well, we're getting close, aren't we? IGN gave it a 4.1, Lich. We've looked it up a few times. Comedic and negligent levels of failure is what this game gets for its story. Why? An attempt was made, yes. Does this game have good dialogue? No. Does this game have good lore? Not really, no. Does this game have conveyance of themes through nonverbal storytelling? No. No, it doesn't. I don't know what false row means, Chaos Kitty. What are you saying to me right now? What else? Does this have a compelling tale with a good beginning, middle, and end? No. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Oh, I wrote it in DQ. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Oh, it's because I usually put... Can I do this? Like, move the row? There we go. Okay. There you go. How's that? What else? Does it have relatable characters? No. No, it doesn't. None of the characters are interesting. We don't get any backstory really from any of them, except for the Kanan thing. The villains are completely unlikable, but not the kind that you love to hate. They're just terrible people, and that's it. Or they have weird fake redemption arcs at the end after you kill each one. So, yo, what's up, Pagliacci? No, we beat Dollar Store Sephiroth, though. Let's see. One of the characters should be in prison for being a pedophile and a sex offender. So should the villain, probably. A lot of the characters are just thrown in there without any explanation. They have discussed... The things they say are frequently disgusting or don't make sense, or... They're all just a bunch of degenerates, and none of them are likable. There's no charisma to any of them. The characters aren't relatable. Is the dialogue interesting? No. It's often, like we said, we think it wasn't even localized, so it's all like directly translated. It often doesn't even make sense. The 12 and 11 are out of order? Okay. I'll do it later. Let's see. Well-written flavor text. There isn't any. Flavor text would be like walking into a house and getting a verbal description, right? Or maybe there's a book on a table and you can read the book and get a little interesting information. There's like a historical society that you can look at, but it's very dry. And it doesn't actually do anything for the game. Like, the historical society doesn't really teach you anything that helps with the game. It doesn't even help with the game. So it's a 1. Like, an attempt was made, is the best I can say about this story. Unlikable characters. Nonsensical story. NPCs that belong on sex offender registry. Boring dialogue. Little to no flavor text. Enemy names that make 0 sense. An attempt was made. God damn it. Triggering my OCD with these numbers. Alright, the story is a 1. 1 is as good as it gets. Because the concept of the same story was interesting, but they didn't execute. Even a little bit. Visuals are next. Alright? Try to do visual through the lens of when it was released. Okay. 2000, 2001, right? Visuals, like all art, can be subjective, and I have my favorites, but I try to remain objective about these ratings. Character models, detailing, animations, environments, special effects all land in this category. This game frequently was mistaken for a PS1 game through the lens of when it was released, correct? It looks good for a PS1 game? I don't think so. I think it looks average for a PS1 game. I think there are plenty of PS1 games that look way better than this. Like, way better. Just the enemy models and textures, the area textures, all of that stuff is woefully underpowered for the hardware and when this came out. I don't know if it's a 1 or a 2, though. 1 is comedic, negligent levels of failure. 2, an attempt was made but didn't succeed. It's a 1 or a 2. Like, it's in there. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII has better 3D model textures than this game. Like, it's It's mid-tier PS1 at best as far as visuals go. I've definitely seen worse PS1 graphics for sure, but like I'm saying, it's like mid-tier for PS1 at best. At best, mid-tier PS1. Oh my god, this game is embarrassing. I'm trying to think of like visuals I did like in this game, honestly. And I can't think of any. And let's put that aside. Let me think of visuals that look good for when it came out, right? Whether or not I like them. Were there any visuals that actually worked well for this game? You know, like, oh yeah, this is a PS2 game. This looks pretty decent. I don't think so. I guess like the character models are probably like the NPCs, like the ones that join your team, are probably the most detailed. And that's probably the only reason this gets a 2. They're not good, but they're at least, okay, this looks like bottom tier PS2, top tier PS1, maybe. Everything visually about this game screams mid-tier PS1 title. It's a PS2 game. That's it. That's all you need to say. That's it. I can't really say anything. There's nothing redeeming about the visuals. There was nothing. Like, even the like spell effects in the game were offensively overdone or underdone. Man. Yeah, we had like textureless frog. That was one of my favorite enemies. It was just a frog, a 3D model of a giant frog called like Giga that had no textures to it. Audio. Okay. Audio is huge for me. A good production quality can make or break a game. Good example is Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. A very basic but fun game, but a banger of a soundtrack. So audio includes sound effects, soundtrack, and voice acting. Good. I think this one gets a 3 on audio. Because a 3 means you're getting closer to average, but some diehards might appreciate the elements. But it's still not good. It's still well below average. Here's the reason why. Some of the music in this game was decent. It won't get stuck in your ear, but it wasn't bad. The music was often inappropriately used, though. Appropriately used, like happy music during murderous bandit attack. Sound effects were comedic levels of incompetent. All right. Comedic levels of incompetence in the sound effects. The final boss track was one of your favorite airship themes from the PS2 era. Oh, man. All right, what's next? Gameplay. Mechanics, menuing, responsiveness to controls, how intuitive they are. Does the game present an interesting challenge, or does it hold my hand? Am I guided by RNG, or does my own choices and or skill factor in more? Oh, man. Oh, gameplay. It can't be a 0. It could be, though. Because 0 means the gameplay, the element of this category doesn't exist or shouldn't exist. I'm very tempted to give it a 0. Because it feels like the game's unfinished or just was made by people that had never made games before and don't understand how to have a cohesive beginning and an end and how to get a game flowing so that you know what to do. It's a 1. I mean, it's really a 1 because there is gameplay. It's there. It's not good. It's actually really atrocious, but it's a 1. 0 conveyance. That's not the whole thing. I hit enter on accident. My bad. 0 conveyance 100% of the time. Dragged out enemy battles. Enemies scale with your level. Party members ignore orders if you run too much. Pointless Guitar Hero minigame. Confusing cutscene triggers. Barf camera? Yeah. Vomitous combat camera. Oh, man. Combat is style over substance, and they didn't even get that right. Let's see, what else? Time-based cutscenes and NPC schedules, but they teleport, so you don't know where the hell to go. That's a 1. I mean, I could just... This would be an infinitely long description if I threw everything in there. Production quality.
Because there are no goods in this game.
Production quality. Okay. How well put together are all the previous elements of the game? Is it buggy? Are the graphics slapped together, or was time put into their design? Is the audio distorted and repetitive, or does it create that earworm?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You need a spanking.
Oh no, I forgot to vote, so here are some more bits. Number 008.
Yo, Doc, man, thanks for the bits. I like how it just says 0F. Accident production quality is this category. This is a early era PS2 game that looks at best mid-tier PS1. Something went wrong. Looks good. And sounds.
Everything went wrong is all you need to list for this review. Number 6.
Awful visuals, terrible sounds and music, crackling and poorly mastered audio. A story that was slapped together and makes little to no sense. A complete inability to know what the fuck to do at almost all times. It's a fucking 0. There is no production quality in this game. There's none. This game does not have production quality. This game feels like it was shipped before they got to that stage where they could actually polish the game. This game has no polish at all. None. This is no polish. There is no production quality in this game. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Oh. The game is not very buggy, which surprises you. That's true. We could give it a 1. That bumps it up to a 1. Somehow, little to no bugs. That gives it a 1. Okay, enjoyment. I've played some awful games I ended up loving. Seventh Saga comes to mind. Despite all the scores, that I personally enjoy the experience. This is a very subjective score and will ruffle the most feathers, but this is one I hold fast to, as I would expect you to do so for yourself. Enjoyment of the game. So, I don't remember if enjoyment gets factored in our total. Does it, Reg? Because you're the one that coded the cells for me. Because if not, you have your final score. It does? Okay. All right. Enjoyment. Did I enjoy the game? I have to separate my enjoyment of the game from my enjoyment of the stream of the game. Does that make sense? Because I'm not rating if I enjoyed the streams of this game. I'm rating if I enjoyed the game itself. So that needs to say separate. And that's hard to do because I have to say that these 110 hours were great hanging out with all of you folks. Like, it's been great hanging out with you all and showing you this mess This isn't even a hot mess. To be a hot mess, you have to be attractive in some way. This is just a mess. Would you play this in your free time? No. Something went wrong. Not a chance. Good. Good. Thank you, Reg, for 32,
Number
man.
026.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. By the way, our next list votes have all been updated. Our mod team took care of that that hiccup with the bot there. So thank you, mods, for taking care of that for us. The bot seems to be working just fine right now, for your reference. The one that tracks your votes. So you were frustrated at parts of the game, but never frustrated at having to repeat this was in fact a PS2 game. Right, yeah, because it was an experience we all got to have together. And it was a positive experience because we were constantly flabbergasted by just how bad this game continually was from start to end. It almost felt like you have to try to be this bad. Just the execution wasn't there from start to finish, and it never faltered. It reminds me of that scene in Into the Spider-Verse where the dude got a 0 on his test. The only way to get a 0 on a test is to know all the answers and then make sure you don't answer it that way. And that's what this game feels like. It's like, okay, this is what you're supposed to do. We're going to do it wrong. That's this game. It's like deliberate sabotage or something. But did I enjoy the game? No. No, not even a little bit. No, I didn't. I didn't like any of the dungeons. I didn't like the combat. I didn't like the sound effects. I didn't like the characters. I didn't like the story. I didn't like any of the visuals or the textures. I didn't like navigating through the town. I didn't like navigating through the island. I didn't like how confusing the cutscenes all were. Was there anything at all I enjoyed? I'm really trying to think, Oshimi. Was there anything I enjoyed? Oh, you're right, Sky. What? Are you right? No, it did. His last one got added. Yeah, it did. Did I like the music? No. Some of the music was decent, but I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy it. You know, like you could recognize, okay, they put some effort into this music. That's not bad. But it doesn't mean I liked it. I didn't enjoy it. I enjoyed writing down all the things wrong with it. Rami decking Pelosi in the face was cool, yeah. I liked that part. I did like that part. I needed more of that. That dude needed to get his ass beat continually. Something went wrong. Good. Good. That worked, Reg.
Number
Thank
26,
you.
check this out, Sky. This now works, POGGIES.
Okay. Here you go, folks. Why does it keep doing this to me? There we go. I did not enjoy a single bit of this game. Nothing. It got a 0. I didn't enjoy anything about this game. The streams were legendary, but damn, the game sucked. This is the worst game I've ever played in my life. I can say that with pure confidence and no hyperbole that this is the worst game I've ever played in my entire life. Because they tried to make a good game. It feels like they really tried to make something good, and we got this instead. We ended up with this. Whatever you want to call it. This meme. This absolute meme of a game. It is the worst game I've ever played in my life. And you're right, Reg. Enjoyment did not factor in. Because if I just do this, I don't think it'll change. Oh, it did factor in. Okay, well, it's a 1.33 overall. It's a 1.33 overall. 100% with full confidence and zero hyperbole. The worst game I have ever played in my life. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oof. Right. You have an expectation when you play a game, Boat. Boat says, contrast to shovelware where there's no expectation of effort or quality, right? You play a game like that, you expect it. You expect it to just be a slap-together piece of crap. But this game was a JRPG from Konami, who had made really good JRPGs. They had made Suikoden games, right? They had made Silent Hill games. They had made Metal Gear Solid games. Konami was pretty good back in the day. And this was marketed as, early era PS2 game. Let's get it on the JRPG train on PS2. This is going to be good kind of thing. And they put effort into it. A lot of effort into it. And they ended up with this. Yeah, what's up, Commodore? Right, I'm sure, Commodore. There's nothing wrong with liking bad games. Nothing at all. That's the specific point I just made about my enjoyment rating. Like I just said, there are some terrible games that I love. Seventh Saga is one of them. There's nothing wrong with that. It's only a problem when you refuse to recognize the flaws in the thing you like. Then you're no longer a fan of a game, you're just a fanboy or a fangirl that's in denial about it. That's a problem. Because at that point, it's not even a discussion or something you're sharing. It's you trying to defend something instead of just being open to new ideas or being like, yeah, this part's really bad and this was lousy. I still really had fun with it, though, you know? How good does it feel to be done with the game? Pretty good. Am I filled with regrets? No. No. I don't have regrets, man. That's not how I think. I have no regrets for playing this game. At all. Because I get to share it with all you folks. It made a lot of good discussion and a lot of jaws drop from what the hell is happening. Can finally upgrade my weapon. No regrets. No, of course not. I don't have any regrets. None at all. Can I learn from mistakes? Sure. Absolutely. Transcribe list of everything wrong. I'm not sure how to put that in the review, Rackadactylus. If you have an idea, but I don't know how I would put that in there, in this little, like, cell here. I'm not sure how to do that. But I do want to save it for posterity. I want to save it. And share the link of that, Rackadactylus, if you want. In chat, if you want. I don't know how that works. I think you'll be able to just share the link. Or you could put it in a Google Doc. Yeah, just do that. Just put it in a Google document. Okay, I'm saving this document. Okay, so... everything wrong with EF doc. It's a 1.33. Final score, Ephemeral Fantasia. I think that's a fair score. I think that's a completely fair score. Oops, wrong one. Let's go here. That's a fair score. It's not a Google Doc, it's just a Word doc. Gotcha. Should be able to copy paste it then. I could do that at some point. It's got a 1.33 out of 10. It is easily the worst game I've ever played. Wow. New Game Plus, you got $240,000, Pagliacci, that you can give me right now? That's my price. Now, I'll make it an even $250. Send it my way. We'll get started. $250,000. Sure. So, okay, if you know anything about the game that I missed that you think is important, sure, whatever, but I'm never going back. I drive a hard parking. Oh, man. Yeah. I somehow got the quote-unquote best ending, I guess. Did I? I don't know. Someone said there's 3 endings or something? How many endings are there in this game? Rina in her changed mode? What does that mean? What is her changed mode? You played a lot of stupid games in your time, Ervin, but you can't think of one that would rival EF. Same. Same. It was worse than Super Highlight. Yeah, I'd rather play Super Highlight than this again. I'd rather play Super Highlight than this, period. Whether I'd played it before or not. Man. Doo-doo. Not a chance in hell, J-Rock. I got the 0 bandmates ending. Oh, okay. Interesting. You got the ending where you end up with Rummy too, BGG? I wonder if you can end up with other people. You can go into her character and select change. She changes into her dancer costume and is a replacement for Rummy and Claire. Good buffs, healing, and damage. Oh, okay. That's neat. So instead of using that dumb mop, she actually is useful. That's kind of cool, I guess. Doesn't make the game good, but at least it means she's viable and not just dead weight. Yeah, what did you rate this? I'm sure BGG gave it a more fair rating than I did. But I can't stomach giving this higher numbers than it got. I think every score I gave it is fair. A 1 on story, a 2 on visuals, a 3 on audio, a 1 on gameplay, a 1 on production quality, and a 0 on enjoyment. I didn't enjoy this game. Even at 1%. You get a different ending depending on how many people you recruit. Okay. Well, for people that like the game, that's good for them, right? Because it gives them replay. You end up with Rummy in all endings. Except the both bandmates ending. Oh, okay. You gave mostly 3s except 1 on gameplay? I see. What was the sequel to busting up the end boss? Getting the right cutscenes and actually progressing with the game. Because that whole like wedding fight was just scripted. It's designed to be impossible. You can never win it. So it's like a red herring, I suppose, or a debate even. Like it's there to make you think you're supposed to eventually do that, but you never do that. It's different. It's completely different. I never came across them or met them, Thor. I didn't even know there were other bandmates. The 2 other guys aren't even on the island. Wow. You know, there was a big island I never got to go to. I bet they're like somewhere there. I say big, but it's like with the size of one map piece. But there was an island that I did. There were some areas I never got to explore at all. Pretty weird. Just a weird, dismally bad, terrible game. But what a fun stream experience. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do... You need to play a Celestial Song in front of the split tree. Oh my god, are you serious? Fuck that town so much. Oh god, I never would have figured that out. Are you kidding? Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? Why am I not surprised? I played that song like 30 times in that stupid town and never did anything. Amazing. Amazing. Even after beating the game, I'm still getting flabbergasted by how bad it is. Oh, man. Amazing. I don't think I'm ever going to have an experience like this again. But we're going to have plenty of great experiences here, I tell you what. We got some more good and bad games coming up. I almost got the bird dude. Did you get the bird dude? Did you get those characters? Because I apparently missed 4 characters. Apparently. You didn't get him either? Okay. Yeah, I got Anal, Professor Anal, Kite, Rina, Claire, Rummy, General Bags, and Galhint. I think 7? Those are the 7 I got. You get the bird dude, you get a different ending. You didn't even get Rina. Okay. We could have named the pro tag Brodowski. Oh my god, that would have been amazing. Oh, yeah. Didn't I say Pelosi? Maybe I did. Do you want to know some extra special gross shittery about this game? It's not the thing with Rina and Pelosi, is it? Because, boy, people like bringing that grossness up. Oh, do they like talking about that? Oh, the water's hitting me right now real good. So here's what we're going to do. We got... I'm not sure if I want to start Beyond the Beyond yet. Because we'll have to put it on hold for the marathon, right? Rina's the only character with a costume change, and her costume change makes her an insane buffer and healer. So you get this sexualized outfit for a kid who's OP. Weird. Yeah, her outfit was pretty gross. So honestly, this is how we're gonna do it, folks. It's been a lot of fun. I want to thank you for all the support. We're gonna call it early. We're gonna raid somebody, a member of the community as well. Thank you for all the subs and the bits. New follows, a lot of those today. If you're new here and you didn't hit that follow button, check, give it a shot. Click that follow button. Come hang out with us again. This is the end of our stream week, but we're gonna raid this awesome gal, one of my favorite new streamers. I call her Best Girl. Her name is Crystal V. Faye, and she is playing a good RPG. So how about we go watch a good RPG? How about we go watch her play some Dragon Age Origins? But yeah, thank you for the donations, everyone, all of you. The bits, the subs, the hosts, the raids, all that good stuff. Thank you. Thank you for being a part of this ride. It's been great to have you along for it. And we got plenty more to look forward to on this channel. So keep coming back. We'll keep bringing it. But here's our raid message. Finny Bear's rolling in for actual good RPGs. Okay? So I want you to copy paste this. /ME for color. Spam her chat when we raid. Let's go show some love for Crystal, who is a great streamer, a great artist, and a good friend. Thanks, everybody. You guys make my week and night.